All right, we might get started. Welcome everybody, and welcome to those people that are listening at home or wherever you may be through the live streaming. If you could please stand up for the local government prayer and acknowledgement. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of our beautiful lands and our surrounding waters, the Ramangeri and the Ngarrindjeri people. We pay our respects to their elders past and present. As a community, we recognise and we respect their cultural connection with the land and waters.
Almighty God, we ask you to bless this council and allow it to be an agent of change to the people of the city and beyond. Direct and prosper the deliberations to the honouring of your name and the welfare of the people whom it serves. Amen.
We gratefully acknowledge the men and women of the Navy, Army and Air Force who made the supreme sacrifice in the preservation of Australia's freedom and democracy. We also proclaim our gratitude to those who are returned to us. Please be seated. And that last service acknowledgement reminds me of Saturday. We had the PTSD walk for veterans, which some of you may have come to, and that was raising money for guide dogs that help veterans with PTSD. And thank you very much to Councillor Littley for coming along and bringing his horse, being part of that event, a very important event because, as we say, we proclaim our gratitude to those who are returned to us, but many of our veterans who are returned to us live with lifelong post-traumatic stress disorder and other mental health issues as a result of their service. So we certainly do acknowledge that. The other thing I'd like to say before we start, for those people in the gallery and also those listening at home via the live stream, please don't forget that we have got the Citizen of the Year nominations open, and I know that we have got some fabulous volunteers in our community. Our community has one of the highest levels of volunteering in the state, and so I'm sure that you know somebody who would be a worthy recipient of the Victor Harbor Citizen of the Year. We also have some fabulous young citizens in Victor Harbor as well, and young people doing some wonderful things. So if you know of any young people that you think would make a good young citizen of the year, and when I say young, they need to be under 30 and over 16, please nominate them. The event of the year might be a little bit more difficult this year given the COVID restrictions that we have and the difficulty putting on wonderful events, but I'm sure that there is an event that has occurred in Victor Harbor over the last year that is worthy of an award. And there is a new award for 2021, which is an award for active citizenship. And this award is presented to a person or to a particular group for delivering outstanding work for a particular event or for a cause staged in the community over the last year. And when I think about the terrible year that we have had with fires at the beginning of the year and then COVID coming in, and I think about all the wonderful community groups and individuals that we do have in Victor Harbor that have helped during this time, I'm sure there is a worthy recipient of that award. So people can nominate online, or they can come in and see one of our customer service staff if they would like to nominate somebody. So in terms of tonight's agenda, we do have an apology from Councillor Glasbrook. I would also like to remind the elected members around the conflict of interest provisions in the Local Government Act, especially given that we are looking at nominations for Deputy Mayor and for the Section 41 committees. Some of those committees and the Deputy Mayor position do have stipends associated with them, and you may need to put your brains around the requirements of disclosure of material, actual or personal, perceived conflicts of interest for those items. There are no items adjourned or lying on the table, and the first item is item 5.1, which are minutes of the previous meeting being the 28th of September 2020. and the recommendation is that those minutes be confirmed as true and accurate. If someone would like to move that way. Councillor Hales, thank you very much, and Councillor Robertson, thank you for seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to those minutes? Does anybody want to speak to them? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you.
Mayor Jenkins, may I ask a question, please, on the previous agenda item of number 4, lying on the table? Didn't we have a motion lying on the table, which was about SACAT findings?
I'll hand over to the CEO for that.
Through the Mayor, there is an item lying on the table. It hasn't been brought forward. So this item is where adjourned debates or matters that were lying on the table are brought back to the table either through virtue of the resolution, particularly an adjourned debate. They must be the first item of business that's addressed before any other business of council. And if it was a matter lying on the table, then it would be noted that there is a motion on notice in there to bring the matter back on the table.
Thank you.
We do have a deputation tonight from Mrs McGill. Is Mrs McGill here? Thank you. And please come and take a seat, Mrs McGill. And what I will do after Mrs McGill has had her deputation is I will bring forward item 12.1 after the deputation, because the report on 12.1 The report on 12.1 actually deals with the Harbour View redevelopment, and that is what Mrs McGill would like to talk to. And I will also ask Jodie, who's here tonight, to speak to that report and answer any questions that might come up from either Mrs McGill or the floor. Mrs McGill, you've got 10 minutes for your deputation, and that includes any questions that you might have or that members might have. You'll get a bell at 9 minutes, and so you'll know that you've only got a minute to finish off. Thank you very much for.
Thank you. I distributed to residents in Harbourview Terrace notes. I also distributed by email to the Mayor and to councillors, and also to the CEO. So there's a number of things that came out of the report, and I don't really want to go into detail. What I wanted to assume was that everybody had read it, and as if there was any questions. But as a covering note, I just wanted to say that I've spoken to the residents. I posed questions in relation to whether we needed a footpath on our side, and everyone said they stand by the petition that they'd signed. There's only one who I understand has a conflict of interest and doesn't support that out of the 20. In relation to parking on the eastern side, everybody still stands by the petition and looking for the parking to be on the western side. And in relation to taking the land off our verge, what we're requesting is that we have the same distance on our verge as there is on the other side. And on the western side, it's 4.2 if it's going to be the same as Maylan Avenue. And on our side, in front of me, will be 3 metres. In front of other residents, 2.7. And in others, different distances, but none greater than 3. So I just wonder if anyone has any questions of me in relation to the report, because I did note some of the discrepancies in what we'd been told and what was in the report, and I did note those that in my the information that people had received by email.
Sorry, Councillor Kemp.
Yeah, thanks, Frances. about the Stobie poles, you raised your issues around the Stobie pole that you'd like them to be removed for a number of reasons. One is to beautify the area a bit more than what it is because it's around where the lake is, so you want to make that street a lovely street. It's also giving you more opportunity to have a bit wider footpath than what is proposed, I believe, because of the indent parking. So if the indent parking was put across to the eastern side, would that alleviate your concerns about the width of the footpath and the poles stay in situ because of the costings of the poles to be removed? So what's your thoughts on how you see the Stobie poles?
Well, obviously, the view of the street is that we would like the Stobie poles removed, but I understand the impost of cost, although I'm not sure that we know yet what the cost will actually be. I did some research myself online, and South Australia seems to have the most expensive cost of removal of a Stobie pole. It's only about $4,000 or $5,000 in New South Wales, for instance. So I think that would satisfy us if we had that distance. If the parking, I can't understand why the parking can't be indented on the western side. They haven't finished over there yet. And council, I understand, are going to put the curbing in over there. So it could be work. The only thing I see is that the stormwater gutter drain has gone in on our side of the road, not finished, but to provide, I think, that buffer for the indent parking.
I can ask Jody, Mrs. McGill, why is there a reason why we can't have parking on the western side of the street? Can you respond to that?
Yes, through the Mayor. The western side of the street that has the development on it, the total width of the footpath there is approximately 3 metres on average. It does go down to less in some places, and the developers actually had to gift land back to council to achieve that 3 metres in some locations. That within that 3 metres, there's a requirement of the development that they provided a 1.5 metre wide footpath, and they also have to provide an offset from that footpath to the property boundary, and they have to provide their services through there. So sewer, water connections, CCTV, common service trench, which has got their NBN and electrical supply to the properties. As well as that is the stormwater that goes down through there and goes through easements out to the lake. And they also have a requirement under the development to provide landscaping, street trees through there. So in order to fit that all in, there was insufficient room to fit the indented parking on that side of the road. And also the number of driveway locations and the spacing between the proposed driveway locations it didn't have the same amount of car parking that we could fit because of the spacing and number of driveway locations that were proposed. So we did, probably in the 18 months leading up to the previous council report that came to council with the contribution from the developer, we did have negotiations with the developer trying to work to get indented parking on that side of the road, but it was not feasible. The mention of council providing that curbing on the developer's side of the road, that is actually at the developer's cost. So they have given us the money to build the curbing on that side of the road.
Thank you, Jody.
Through the Mayor, could I just ask, is that the 61,000 that they've given as part of?
Yes, that's correct.
That's a small proportion of what's being requested for curbing on the council's information document, that's all.
Are there any other questions that you have, or does anybody want to ask Mrs. McGill any other questions? Do you have any other questions for us?
I think just in winding up, I can say that the streets are grieved I'm personally very aggrieved by the process. If this has been going on for more than 18 months, as Jodie's just noted, the residents have only been advised less than 8 weeks ago. So it's not, I don't think that's good enough as far as information to residents. We're the ones that are going to be the poor cousins in the street, and we've been there for numbers of years contributing to council and being good citizens. I just think it's just not fair, and that's what we're asking for, is a bit of fair treatment and equity in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. McGill. I do appreciate you coming and talking to us around an issue that I can see is very sensitive for you and the people in the street, and I can understand your frustration.
Yeah, and if some of us feel a bit smelly tonight, it's because we've had the water off all day as well in the process. So thank you.
Thank you. We will move to item 12.1 and bring that forward, but I will need 2/3 majority of the chamber for that. Thank you very much. Everybody's in agreement with that. Thank you. So if we go to and the first recommendation is that council receive and note the report. Can I have someone to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Schofield, and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to receiving and noting the report? No. Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. I'll just, before we move on to the other items, I might just ask Jodie if she wants to highlight. You don't need to highlight anything. Okay. That's being said, the second recommendation is that council endorse the addition of a footpath on the eastern side of Harbourview Terrace between Mayland Avenue and Strathmore Court as part of the redevelopment. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Robertson, and seconded by Councillor Littley. Do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to see this footpath put in. I think that it's going to be a busy road there, very busy, between the kind of the whole of Encounter Bay really, and Bay Road. And once it's fixed up, it'll be particularly busy, and minimising the amount of foot traffic crossing the Harbourview Terrace to get from one side to the other. I think is a worthwhile addition to that, notwithstanding the costs involved. I think it's worthwhile.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Littley, did you want to speak to it?
I can say that for this part two, I'm all for the addition of a footpath on the eastern side. I'm not particularly sure that I'll be this way through the rest of the process on this item. So, yep, it'll be good to get that footpath there for the same reasons that Councillor Robertson's just said.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Recommendation 3 is that council endorse the provision of indented car parks on the eastern side of Harbourview Terrace between Mayland Avenue and Strathmore Court as part of the redevelopment work. Would someone like to move that way? If I don't have a mover, then it will lapse for want of a mover. Councillor Littley? You happy to move that? Okay. Do I have a seconder? Don't have a seconder, it'll lapse for want of a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Do either of you want to speak to it? Councillor Littley?
I'll speak to it because that's why I moved it. I'm not in support of it, but I thought it was worthwhile us having a discussion around the table as to, well, having that debate just to put the reasons out there why I'm not in favour of it. I see that having heard from Mrs McGill there with regards to the length of time that people have been living on Harbour View Terrace in the street, that and the amount of time that we've had across the road, that empty space, I just can't see that we have landed in a spot where we can't fit all the services we need and we haven't planned out. So I just wanted to voice that. It's disappointing that we're in this space. I understand perfectly the reasons why we can't achieve what we'd hope for our residents there by indented parking on the other side. I understand that, but it's just, I just wanted to voice that it's disappointing that in all this time that we've watched that vacant land there across it, we haven't come up with a better plan. So, and I'm sorry for the residents of that street that this is a situation we're in.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Councillor Robertson, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, Mayor, totally agree with what Councillor Littley has just said. I put my hand up to second this, just to say that, yeah, I can't be supporting it. And but my reason is that that I appreciate as Councillor Littley has already said, I mean, it's a great pity that this is not possible. But when you look at the maths and you look at the space and all those driveways, the residents who are long-term residents of Harbour View Terrace have got houses that are relatively large blocks of land, and there are not so many of them in the street between Mayland and Strathmore. On the other side of the road, it's a modern development, so it's all a few 100-metre blocks and driveways and so forth. And yeah, it would, you wonder how many car parks you would actually get in. Not very many. So to me, it keeps the flow of the traffic going better if there aren't. And yeah, so I won't be voting for it. So I guess it's a moot point. But I feel sorry, as Councillor Littley does, for the residents on the west side.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Henderson, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I just want to add that I agree. I'm not supporting this idea because I've put myself in the position of those residents who have been there for many, many years. And I think I would not want to have this indented parking. However, I just want to add that I am concerned about how parking will be conducted in that road without the indented parking, and how congested the road will become as a thoroughfare for traffic if people are parking on the street and not in indented parking.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Does anybody else? Councillor Mann?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, just to echo a few of the points, I do appreciate the disappointment by the residents of that street, and I appreciate that that the consultation could have been sooner and done sooner, and that's definitely something for us as council to take on board when going forth with these things. Just to pick up on some of the comments about the disappointment that with this result, and I do feel for the residents of the street, and similar to my fellow councillors, however, I also feel that I think that doesn't fall on the blame of administration and our council as well. I think, you know, as we've heard, council were trying to work with the developer for the last 18 months and to try and find a solution, and because of those factors such as the alignment of the road, the requirements of the footpath, the requirements of the street trees, the location of the stormwater, and a number of the driveways, that we couldn't achieve that. But I don't think that that's because a failure on council's behalf to try and get the best for the residents of the western, for both sides of the street as well, but eastern side. So just wanted to say that as well. And
Thank you, councillor Mann. I think that's a good point. I know that staff have been working very hard with the developer to try and get as much as we can for the residents on both sides of the street, and it has been quite difficult at times. Does anybody else want to say anything? Councillor Schofield?
Look, I agree with my fellow councillors, and I am sorry that we're not able to deliver what those residents would like at this stage.
Councillor Kemp?
Very similar to the other elected members who've spoken already. I guess there's a lesson learned here for everybody, us in the chamber as well, to ask the right questions at the right time about planning processes, consultation, and the effects of this type of development on neighbours, which will be across the road when the developer was being consulted with, but the residents weren't at the same time to see what the impacts were. So I think there's a lesson learned here. It's disappointing that redesigning the road or realigning it would give some benefit to the western side for indent parking and alleviate the eastern side, but my understanding, Jody, that's not the case. You can't redesign the realignment at this stage.
Through the Mayor, it would cost a lot more. It would require a full redesign, and it would be totally at council's cost. So yes, it's probably not a feasible solution at this stage. It would require a full realignment of the road centre line, and you'd probably result in losing the same amount of the verge that you are anyway.
Thank you. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to say? Councillor Littley, do you want to close the debate?
Yeah, thanks to the my fellow elected members for speaking to that. I think that was important to do. Basically, it's a bit of a pickle, really. So we might as well have the vote now.
Thank you. I will put it to the chamber. All those in favour of recommendation 3? That is lost unanimously. Well, all those against? It's still lost unanimously. The fourth recommendation is that council do not proceed with the undergrounding of the existing power line and removal of the Stobie poles along Victor Harbourview Terrace. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Kemp. Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, I just want to say that the cost of undergrounding the existing power would be exorbitant and almost triple the cost of the works. And we just simply don't have a budget to do it.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Considering that we haven't got a full quote yet from SAPN or PLEC, because you can go through PLEC with the organisation that can fund 2/3 of these types of depoling of streets. There's certain criteria has to be met, but we haven't gone down that pathway, and I thought we should have at least attempted it. They can do a quick overview very quickly by an aerial shot to see whether, and give you a rough indication of the costs. Because we haven't got the actual full details of exactly what it will be, it's very hard to make a decision on a predicted cost when we don't know what that will be in the future. So, and I think that because we haven't tried to put an application into PLEC for its reasons, I won't be supporting this. I think that we should have at least have explored all avenues in order to find a way of doing this in the context of the area and what it actually presents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp, my understanding from the workshop that we had in relation to this is that PLEC, and Jody may want to expand on this, don't provide grants for residential projects such as this. So we actually don't fulfil the criteria for PLEC funding. Can you expand on that, Jody?
Yes, through the chair. It's written in the report there that the criteria for PLEC is a low priority if it's residential areas only. So we have actually asked for a quote from SA Power Networks, but like the other streets that have also asked for undergrounding of power, we haven't received those back yet. There would be nothing stopping once the quote came in to do it as a separate project.
Thank you, Jody. Does anybody else want to speak to this motion? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think that I take the point of the residents that that South Australia's cost of relocating or undergrounding power is exorbitant compared to other states, but it is what it is. I think that even if the cost of this this undergrounding was even half of what it's estimated to be in here, it would still be an enormous amount, particularly in relation to some of the other streets that we have on our list that need to be renovated and wait for decades in many cases to be upgraded. So again, I feel really sorry for the residents on this. It may well be that the undergrounding is as much as 600,000, and yeah, as I mentioned, even if it was even 50% of that, I think that it's a great pity. I'm really sorry for the residents about it. They've inherited what they have, but I couldn't justify voting for that. So.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion, the recommendation? Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate? No? I'll put that to the floor then. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. And those against?
Yeah, sorry.
I'll do that again.
Yep.
So the recommendation is that council do not proceed with the undergrounding of existing power line and removal of Stobie poles along Harbourview Terrace. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried, thank you. The fifth recommendation is that council endorse an increase in the 2021 capital budget of $370,000 to enable the completion of the redevelopment works in the 2020-2021 financial year. Would someone like to move that way? If we don't have a mover, then this will lie on the table. Well, it just doesn't happen. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Schofield, thank you. Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to the motion? Councillor Schofield? Does anybody want to speak to the motion? Councillor Robertson?
Whoops, I didn't turn it off. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This to me is a disappointment. How can we be so far out in relation to the cost of this that we're $370,000 out in the estimates of what needs to be done on this piece of road? I mean, you know, estimates of costs, you know, we do enough of this type of work to know what it should cost. You know, $50,000, $100,000 out because of extenuating circumstances, etc. Yeah, but I mean, $370,000 out on this. I stretched myself to find out where it was in here that we were, you know, so far out in terms of the costing here, and I find it really disappointing that this is what comes up when we get to the when we get to the voting of budgets for this. And I'm interested to know if when we go out to do this work, one would hope that we have in the past had also great underestimates in the relation to the cost of doing roads. So maybe there's a chance that this budget here is going to be the expenditure will be less than what's being voted for. But to me, I find it really disappointing that this is what we've come up with.
Councillor Robertson, I might just ask Jody to respond to Karen, or perhaps ask Director Rotoczynski to respond to you in relation to that, and then I'll come to your question, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, there are a few aspects to that. First of all, there were some unknowns with the project that we've only become aware of in the last probably couple of months. One was the depth of material over the SA water main. It was unknown whether we would have to relocate that main. Turns out that we would have to, and that was an extra $100,000 that was unknown, that couldn't have been known at the time of preparing the costing. Secondly, some of the works were actually planned to be staged over 2 stages, so 2 financial years. And thirdly, yes, some of the costs were underestimated.
Thank you, Karen.
My question through the Mayor to Jody probably is if we're not going ahead with the parking bays on the eastern side, does that remove most of that 370,000 extra?
Through the Mayor, it does remove about $70,000, but there is still a need, because of all the new cuts for SA Water, there's still a need to replace the curb on that western side. So although it wouldn't be indented parking, it would still need work on that western side that also wasn't allowed for in the original estimates.
Eastern side. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I mean, it is amazing. I've heard what people are saying, but to get it this far out, I would have thought, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, that you would have contacted SA Water to find out exactly what the requirements were in the planning stages to see exactly what's required in the water main as to whether it's to be lowered or moved or whatever. So, and again, underestimation of budgets, again, it's not a good look for our council, for our chamber, when we approve a budget bid, thinking it's all going ahead, and then come back and I would have thought the curbing would have been already included in the original costings, you know, and the road laying and the additional stuff was along the lines of, yeah, I don't understand why we got this extra stuff in here, which I thought would have been part of the original budget in reconstructing that road and stormwater and curbing in that one. But yeah, I guess again, it's another lesson learned, isn't it, about, you know, we should get the ducks lined up before we vote on approving these types of projects. When coming back to here, I know it's not good for staff to come back and do this. It is quite embarrassing to have this debate in public, but that's where we're here and that's what we're here for. So,
Do you want to respond to that, Jody?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, I'll just add that the confidential report that went up in June actually identified that the budget would need to be reviewed, and it was going to come back to council as a confidential item once we knew the full costs. Things have gone a lot quicker than we had anticipated because of the $25,000 grants that have been offered to the home builders along there. So the developer was really keen to do that portion of the work quite quickly. The coordination with SA Water has been very difficult because there were certain components that needed to be done before they did their water main and things that are done after the water main to try and reduce the overall cost to council by them not having to put dog legs in to go around existing services and us not having to come and remove their service afterwards and change the stormwater. So it has been an extremely tight design timeframe from when the developer decided yes to where we are today. Some of those estimates were done by previous staff members, so and based on the information that was available at the time, which was just a reseal of the road. So the scope has changed quite a lot. And as I said, if they hadn't have had the petition from the residents, there would have been a report coming back to council anyway with the changes in the budget. But until we knew the full extent of the design changes and the SA Water main relocation, that report hasn't come back yet, and it's been combined with this report.
Thank you, Jodie. Councillor Robertson, have you got a question?
Yeah. If this cost is not approved, this means that this road is not redeveloped, right? This budget increase isn't approved, we can't go ahead with this job, is that right?
Jodie?
Through the Mayor, it would be a budget bid for next year. So the road would stay predominantly in its condition that it is now until we put a budget bid forward for next year for the additional amount, because it's still in our asset management plans as the road needed to be reconstructed, regardless of any additional footpaths or any additional indented parking. But the resolution of council was for us to do that work at the completion of the developer's works. Now that's come a lot quicker than we had anticipated.
Yeah, but you've answered my question. Thank you. That the job has got to be done, and whether it's done this year and next year or just this year, and of course it makes sense to do it this year. But yeah, I note also in the
Councillor Robertson, have you got another question?
Yes, just how much of this I notice in the report here that there was a lot of consideration given to the timetable of the developer, who has been, I think, about 3 or 4 years in picking up on his development application. I'm wondering to what extent his timeline of being ready for December, does that mean that the works that are being proposed in here, are we going to attempt to do those before December, whether that's the beginning or the end of December, or is it going to be works that are going to be done over the next 3 months or something?
Through the Mayor. So the contractor that we have engaged to do the first stage of the work that was required before SA Water came in to do their water relocation are actually due to come back to site in the next couple of weeks. They are also doing the work for the developer in the footpath and the curbing on and the driveways and the landscaping and all the pits on the developer's side. Our anticipation would be, and there would be cost savings to council if we could do the work at the same time. While they're already mobilised there, they've already got their signage out. If we delay the work, there would be additional cost in the remobilisation and the additional work zone traffic management that would be required.
Councillor Littley?
Yeah, well, I'll support this. I'm not overly happy about supporting it, but as it's been pointed out by our staff, we can't hold off on fixing this road and getting it so it looks respectable. When the sooner we do that, the better. Hopefully, some of the decisions we did make today have saved some money off of that the overall additional budget. But and I understand and I can see where those budget increases are. It's unfortunate, and yes, planning in hindsight, we could go better. We also can't knock our developers coming into town and building up our town as well. So it's a balancing act.
Councillor Kemp, you've got a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Sorry. The question is, where's the money coming from out of our capital budget? Because it hasn't been budgeted for in our capital budget. So are we getting it from somewhere else within the budget? Are you changing a budget line for this, or I'm just wondering where it's coming from, or it's a new line?
Kelly?
Thank you, through the Mayor. So in terms of the capital budget, we haven't, again, it's not money until we go to spend it and we draw down on loans or take out loans to fund those programs. So we haven't got to a point where we've actually needed to take out any loans for all of our capital works this year. But the September budget review will be coming to Council in November. And there is some underspend within the capital budget with a number of amendments within there. So this increase will not increase the net capital expenditure overall, if that helps.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson's not here to close the debate. I presume everybody has said what they want to say? Not. If so, I will put the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we move to item 7 on the agenda. Questions from the gallery. Is Mr. Nichols here? Is Mr. Nichols here? No, he's not. All right. There are no petitions. Oh, and Mr. Blatchford's not here either. There are no petitions. So we move to item 9, 9.1, outstanding resolutions. The recommendation is that Council receive and note the outstanding resolutions report. We'd like to move that way, Councillor Hales. Thank you very much. Do I have someone to second that? Councillor Littley? Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Hales? No, Councillor Littley? Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Robertson?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few. I turn to the second resolution there. This is the one, it's the one about Franklin Parade anyway, OC 2632020, top of the page. It says here complete in October 2020. I'm just wondering if the concept, question to the CEO, is that, it says here it's complete, but is this option on hold at present or not?
Through the Mayor and Director Rokosciuszynski, you may wish to add. This was the original motion, but it also was presented to the Disability Advisory Group Committee, a working group, and then when it was presented back to the Council with the adoption of their minutes, that debate was adjourned to enable members to have a further workshop on it. So it is on hold to come back for a further workshop, even though Council did endorse the hybrid of options 1 and 2.
Just further down the list on the draft Disability Access and Inclusion Plan, I just noted there that the consultation was underway, and it was disappointing that we only had one community feedback, which if that's correct.
Graham, had another 2, I think.
Yeah, through the Mayor, the report, there's a report in this agenda about that. I think it's 10.1 in this agenda, and Leanne Simons is here to speak to that if any questions arise when we get to that item. But it did close after the report, the agenda had closed, the consultation had closed. A further 2 submissions were received, and there's an update memo on your desk outlining those submissions.
Yeah, over the page on top of page 2, about the festivals and events, that the council providing in-kind support, but the council also was to be provided that a service club will be involved in the delivery of the market. Have there been any service clubs identified yet?
I can answer that one. Yes, Rotary Victor Harbour has been assisting, and also the Lions Club assisting as well.
Okay. Onto the next page, the festivals and events again, the sponsorship program panel assessment in relation to the council declined the application from the Athletics League to deliver the Florio Milk Gift sponsorship program. This is noted here. It was complete. I'm just wondering if we had any feedback from the South Australian Athletics League in relation to the panel assessment.
Through the Mayor, not that I'm aware of, but I can take that on notice and follow up if we do.
Yeah. A little bit further down, we have the new license for the storage shed, something that will come up today, later on. But I noticed in here that I think a key part of this, of the new license was that the cricket club would have access to, would be actively using the storage shed, but it wasn't part of the notes in here that about the new license. I guess that's just an oversight. Or
Through the Mayor, this was more specifically to that shed. The licence and the use of facilities is actually separate negotiations that we have actually been undertaking with the clubs, and they have progressed very well. But this resolution was specifically for that shed, the storage shed, the lease.
Yeah. Over the page, the Victor Harbour Horse Tram Authority request for extension that the financial statements would be provided by audited statements. Have we received the completed statements yet?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, we've received the final draft of the statements. They're not signed and we're just waiting on audit clearance to come from the auditors for that. But in terms of this resolution, the extension was provided, and I believe the annual report will be coming in draft very shortly as well.
All right. On the McKinley sorry. Bring that up here. At Flurio, a couple of pages on the motion on notice, the Flurio Futures Project. I'm sure the CEO has sent letters to Yankalilla and Alexandrina Council, but is there any update in relation to the release of that report, and also and discussions on that Flurio Futures Project?
The 3 mayors and CEOs of those councils are meeting this week on Wednesday to have a discussion around the release of the various reports. And I still will present a report back to members in regards to the progress that's been made. Yankalilla Council CEO undertook that report to his council last week. Following discussions with the 2 CEOs, we have met already in regards to that item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Karen Rotoczynski has a follow-up comment for you in relation to one of your questions.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, Councillor Robertson, your inquiry about the Franklin Parade designs that were to come back to a workshop. Jody at the asset management workshop last week actually provided the revised designs there to council in hard copy. I'm happy to provide further copies in soft version if need be, but that was providing it at that workshop.
Thank you, Karen. Does anybody have any other questions in relation to the outstanding resolutions? Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Page 5, I know they're not numbered, but I numbered mine, so page 5, if you want to go through them. But basically, it's to do with the mountain bike trail development in Victor Harbour and Fleurieu region. A letter was sent to the Minister in December 2019, and we got a budget allocation in 2021 budget to develop a mountain bike strategy, and that's going out for a tendering process. Have we had a letter back from the Minister yet as to his in favour of supporting our concept of a mountain bike strategy in...
Through the Mayor, I'll need to take that on notice. I do actually recall receiving a letter of support, but it was a while ago. So I will follow that up and redistribute it to members if I have received it.
And just a follow-up question, how long do you foresee the mountain bike strategy be developed? 2-3 months, be ready by March next year or something like that, just to give us an idea what to look forward to?
Again, I will need to have a look at our project schedule. I'll take it on notice. Apologies, but it is scheduled to be completed this year.
Thank you. On the same page down the bottom, we're looking at the multi-purpose boat landing facility in Victor Harbour. We've got a budget allocation there for a business case, and the scoping of work to commence next month, but this was dated the 23rd of March. So how far down the track are we with our business case on looking at the multiple purpose boat landing facility?
We have been reviewing all the existing reports that have been done, because obviously what we're looking to do is do a correlation of existing reports and finalise that business case, taking into account the economic impact assessment. So we're also looking at the outcomes. We're waiting on the completion of the tender for the causeway redevelopment, because that will have some implications. We know they're doing some environmental impact statements that we would like to be privy to incorporate in that report as well.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Are there any further questions or comments from any of the members? If not, I'll put the recommendation to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 9.2, the assessment book record policy. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the policy report. Councillor Schofield, thank you. And seconding that, Councillor Littley. Either of you want to speak to receiving and noting the report? Anybody want to speak to that? In that case, I'll put it to the group. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second recommendation is that Council 1 revoke the policy as provided at attachment A and note the assessment book record procedure as provided at attachment B to the report. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you. And Councillor Mann seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp?
Yeah, just more of a comment, thanks Mayor Jenkins, along the lines of hierarchy of documents and good governance. And for ease of reading documents and understanding them for staff and for the community, it's very important, you know, we make them simplistic in form. And normally the hierarchy of documents that you have legislation, then you have a policy relating to that legislation, then you have a procedure relating to the policy. What we're doing here is removing a policy and going to a procedure, and there's a gap in the relationship because the procedure actually has policy statements in it, which should be separated out. But it's just a comment, just whether how the CEO feels about the hierarchy of documents in this good governance aspect of it, making things linked up, moving simply forward and making it easier for people to read and understand what policies and procedures are and how they operate. If you want to go to another level, you have actions which actually details exactly what has to be done under a procedure. You know, that's mainly for staff. But I just wondered the CEO's ideas or thoughts on looking at the governance model and looking at the idea of trying to incorporate a hierarchy of documents and have no gaps.
Through the Mayor, thank you for the question. It is a very interesting question when it comes to local government. It's not quite as simple in terms of legislation, policy, procedure. Legislation sometimes dictates you're required to have a policy, so the legislation doesn't actually articulate the requirements of council. In this case, the legislation actually articulates what council should be doing, hence the procedure is a simpler process. And there's also legislation which requires us to have codes or guidelines as well. So part of this review we've done in the time that I've been here is actually trying to reduce that hierarchy of documents. Councils has had a huge amount of policies. We're trying to streamline those policies and be clear as to what is a procedure, which is an administrative document, whether it's by way, it's linked to a policy or it's linked directly to legislation. So I'm happy to share with members that review that we've been doing over a period of time, trying to streamline our policies and procedures. Yes, it can be complicated. There's a lot that we have to implement. So 50 pieces of legislation that we have to implement as well. I'd love to see it be simple for our community members and staff, but I don't think we're yet anywhere near that yet.
Thank you. Any further comments in relation to that second recommendation? Not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Those against? Sorry? It's carried unanimously. A review of the safe environment policy, which is 9.3. And I'll do those recommendations together. They're fairly simple. Councillor Robertson? You would? All right. The first one then, that Councillor Receiver note the policy report. Thank you, Councillor Hales, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Do either of you want to speak to the report? Councillor Robertson, do you want to speak to receiving the report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I read this document, particularly the proposed revised document, and I think there's some inconsistencies in this document. I get it that some of the amendments that have been made here are doing their best within the strictures of the legislation to try and simplify the process, and also by such things as extending the time period between reviews, etc. But I think there remains in here some confusion about the hierarchy of the responsibility for and the implementation of this safe environment policy. There are it seems to me there are two tiers of roles and responsibilities here. There is responsibility for overall for the implementation of that which lies with the CEO. And then my guessing is, but I don't think it was laid out very well, that the prescribed officers for this are essentially, I think, the at least directors, if not some of the managers. And then there are those people that are described as, what are they? Mandated notifiers in there. And also the attempts made in here to make it perhaps simpler to do the reporting. But here I find that that there's a big confusion between, say, this safe environment contact officer in here, and as the person that is described in 6.7 as the person responsible for providing support and assistance to employees with mandatory reporting responsibilities and being a point of contact for employees in general regarding any matters related to potential abuse of children or other vulnerable people. And in various parts of this report, I think it gets mixed up between that particular person, who I couldn't figure out, having read it, who that's supposed to be, but it's not the CEO, I don't think. So But the crossover of the relationship between the that person and the CEO, who is responsible for, and I quote, ensuring the policy is implemented, monitored and reported on, evaluated, being aware of mandatory reporting requirements, procedures, and ensuring significant changes to legislation are brought to the attention of council. When I look at the reporting requirements and the extent of the paperwork, etc., that's to be done in this, I couldn't find the boundary between where the Chief Executive Officer began and ended, and where this, indeed, not only where the Safe Environment Contact Officer roles began and ended, but also some of the prescribed officers, and indeed, on some aspects, the mandated notifiers as to where roles beginning and end. I think it's one of those efforts that's commendable in the sense that it's trying to achieve nirvana, trying to achieve perfection, in that, you know, you get down to 0 cases of breaking of safe environmental policy. But in terms of the reporting procedures, the costs involved as council in terms of at least lost staff time, responsibilities of everyone who has any contact with children, even down to the volunteer level, the amount of training that is proposed to be provided down here, and then the contradictions as to whether some of these requirements under the policy are mandatory or not. There's some, there's some stuff in here that somewhere in here I've got it written down as to whether or not the actions are required or not. So
thank you, Councillor Robertson. I may be able to help you in terms of the contact officers. Are usually most organisations have, say, a bullying and harassment contact officer or a work health and safety contact officer, and they're people that are appointed so that, for example, if I was a mandated notifier, or even if I was just a council employee, or even as a councillor and I wasn't sure whether or not I needed to notify or whether there was an issue, a contact officer would be somebody in the council who's had specific training in the matter that I could go to and have a talk to and say, this is the situation that I'm in. Do I need to, should I be notifying? Who do I notify it? How do I go about it? And so they're that point of contact to provide that information to the various people. Just as, say, this organisation has got a bullying and harassment contact officer or equal opportunity contact officer. If somebody thought that they were being bullied or harassed or they were being discriminated against, the contact officer may be able to provide them with some information about what their options are, what the process is for reporting that, what they can do, and how to get some assistance. So that's usually the role of the contact officer. The CEO may be able to, or we've actually got Leanne here, may be able to provide further information to you. Leanne, if you'd like to come up, or perhaps at the end we've got a microphone, and answer some of...
Mayor, I think that we'd be far better off if we had the CEO answering my questions on that particular
Sorry,
aspect.
Councillor Robertson, I've asked Leanne to answer your questions. She manages the department that oversees this matter, and if there are questions
Mayor,
that
is
she
the
can't...
Safe Environment Contact Officer?
Yes, she is.
Through the Mayor, thank you. So having a contact officer is a legislation requirement, so we have to have a contact officer. The policy is actually the template designed by the local government authority to meet the regulations of our state government's directions. So all of those points in that piece of document carry a $10,000 fine for not following it. So the CEO, whilst she is responsible overall, the job of the contact officer is to provide support to a legislated requirement that we have to report any suspicions of child abuse, and also the local government authorities are. Under that, we have to provide training under Child Safe Environments training for all of the staff. It's part of the legislation. It's completely legislated.
Thank you, Leanne. Does anybody else have any other? Councillor Kemp, we are still receiving and noting the review. Do you have anything you want to add? Thank you. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to add to that first recommendation? If not, I'll put to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. The second recommendation is that Council endorse the Safe Environment Policy as provided at attachment B to the report, moved by Councillor Schofield and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to that? No? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp, did you want to say something now?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Taking on board some of the items that Councillor Robertson has raised, it's more of a question, I suppose, to Leanne or to the CEO, whoever feels like answering it. In order to raise and eliminate some of these concerns raised by Councillor Robertson, because this one's quite critical, has this been road tested before we endorse this policy to make sure it does work? You've case studied it, you've found all the bugs in it and all that type of stuff, so it does flow, it does work. I presume that would have been done.
Leanne, can you respond to that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it's a review of the policy which was adopted 3 years ago. The changes are related to the change in legislation. So the original legislation was revoked. So that was the Child Protection Act of 1989, and it's now a new act that was enacted in 2017. And so the only changes relating to this document are those related to the changes in legislation.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. I understand it's been reviewed, that's fine, but my original question was actually tested. In other words, run the process through the policy to, as a case study, to do a report, see what happens, measure it against the policy by actually making out a complaint against someone, so forth, and testing each section of the policy to make sure it flows, there's no hiccups.
So the policy is related to our legislative requirement to ring the child abuse line and report that through that. So all of the reporting that goes on is through the Child Protection Department, which is under some it's all very confidential. The child safe officers' job is to support staff in their need to report. So reporting is not a choice, it is legislation and mandatory. So what is a choice is how we support our staff, volunteers and anyone who works with children in here to provide information for them to be able to carry out their duties as legislated. We haven't had any issues with that to date, and I've been here for 16 years, I think, following that policy.
Just to add to that, we have also been audited for the delivery of our community services, which would obviously assess whether we have policies in place, training, staff have received the appropriate training, that training is up to date, and we've met all those requirements of auditing. So that also is a reassurance that what we have in place is actually effective.
Thank you, Leanne. Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Littley?
Just have a question. Given that I have absolute faith that our staff have met all our obligations in reporting suspected child abuse and issues in that child protection space, are you able to just give us a general nod or indication of how you felt at the other end of the line as our state bodies that our good work is being satisfactorily dealt with at the other end?
So the child protection system has had a massive overhaul of late, and so as part of that we are given feedback about the the outcomes of how the system itself is working. We also sit as part of an advisory committee in looking at all of the cases that come up. It's called the High Risk Infants Group, and so that group looks at the cases in this region to see how effective we've been.
Thank you, Leanne and Councillor Littley. Are there any more questions or comments? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, I turn to page 56 on the agenda to highlight one issue about training, which is, this is an important piece of the safe environment policy's important stuff. So down here, it's in the middle of the page, you'll note there the paragraph that says that the mandated notifiers are aware, standards require that all mandated notifiers are aware of their responsibilities, and these mandated office notifiers are way down the list in terms of there's large numbers of these people, and that they're able to identify and respond to children at risk in harm, at risk of harm. Then it says, standards encourage organisations to make mandatory notification training available. However, this is the kicker, training is not a mandatory requirement. And then in the next one there, it says that standards suggest good practice to undertake refresher training every 3 years. But this is not a requirement under the standards. So what is the approach of the Victor Harbor Council to this process of making sure that mandated notifiers are properly trained, and that they would do refresher training every 3 years for those people, given that they don't really have to in accordance with this policy?
Leanne?
Yep, through the Mayor. It is council policy that anyone who works with children or is identified as a prescribed person receives mandated notification training. It's called Child Safe Environments. Myself and one of the other staff are trained providers of this service, so we don't have to pay for it because it's only in staff time. Normally it would cost about $150 a person, but instead we provide that training at least 6 times a year. We've got another one coming up in a month. And so all of our volunteers who meet the criteria of working with children are trained and have refresher courses as well. We also provide that as a community service so that we make sure that it's a community approach to protecting our children.
Up question, Mayor. That's good. I anticipated that would be the case, but I'm wondering why we vacillate here in terms of our own policy. If that's what we do, we shouldn't be talking about in the policy here that whether we do it or whether we don't. We're doing it. So this should be in here as we do it. This is the standards we set. Budget should be made available and that's to be done. Is that a follow-up question to that though is have we done any of that training this year for mandated staff? Mandated.
Yes, we have. We've, I think, run 4. We have, as I said, another one coming up in November. And we keep a log of who is trained and who's not. The reason the wording is different in the policy is because it's not currently law to do the training. What it is law is to report. However, the recommendation through the Nyland report on child abuse was that that would then become a mandated legal requirement. So we've kept it in there because of that, the reason that the expectation within there'll be an amendment put up to the document, to the legal document around making sure that mandated training is a legal requirement.
So I might just ask the CEO if she wants to expand on that.
Also, Councillor Robertson, there's a difference between the council policy and those policies of our human resources. So as a CEO, I implement the human resources policies which require specific training for staff and volunteers. So while you may have a council policy and there are options, it's not mandated, we as a council policy in our human resources require that all staff and volunteers that undertake any work involving children must undertake that training. It's not an option, and that's a human resources policy.
Follow-up question, if I might, again on the bottom of page 56, the 5 dot points that are at the bottom of the page there, and relating to the programs for training, which are everything from 1 day through to, I think it's a 3-day or 2.5-day program. Are these also been done in the last year or so?
Leanne?
The 3-day training program is for staff who provide the training. So myself and one of the staff members must have a train the trainer certificate. That's the 3-day workshop. For staff, it's a full-day workshop, and for volunteers, for your first, and then every 3 years they have to required to do a half-day refresher.
Are there any more questions or comments, Councillor Robertson?
Just one more, Mayor. In the beginning of this safe environment policy on page 28, it talks about the community plan and says that that where this fits in the community plan is aspiration 6. I think that absolutely it should be aspiration 1 and not aspiration 6.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Are there any other further comments? If not, I will put this to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much, Leanne. We now move to 9.4 and the Deputy Mayor appointment. We have 2 eligible candidates who nominated. Councillor Kemp.
Yes, Mayor Jenkins, before we go further, I'd like to move an adjournment motion for this item as well as 9.5. The reasons why is because we don't have a full complement of elected members. One is unfortunate through a personal choice, decided not to be here tonight, but the other elected member, as in Councillor Charles, is suspended, but he is reinstated as elected member, and he still is elected member, on Friday the 13th of November. I can only understand why we're bringing it forward to October when normally over the last 6 years it's been always November, around that period that we do this initiation of voting for new chairs and Section 41 committees and the Deputy Mayor. And I think it's only important to the chamber. I think it's only fair and natural justice that Councillor Charles has an opportunity to nominate and to vote for what he believes is what he should be doing. And denying his right is not democratic. And I think that we should go back to a normal November meeting where we actually do the voting and nominations, and that will give Councillor Charles an opportunity to do his what he's elected for as well, to vote and to nominate and present his case. And I think that's why we should adjourn this. It's, we're not doing the right thing by him by not giving his democratic right to nominate and vote if we move this tonight and vote on it and instate people in those positions. So it's unfortunate that people would make a personal choice not to be here, but when they can't be here because of suspension, but there's an opportunity at the real time, I think they should be given that opportunity to be there for that reason. And I think there'll be a backlash from the community if he's denied that opportunity.
Do I have a seconder for Councillor Kemp's motion? Councillor Robertson seconding that. Have you got that down there, Karina? The wording for that motion is that Council adjourn the Deputy Mayor appointments, and well, we're just on the Deputy Mayor appointment.
Sorry, Mayor Jenkins, 9.4, but I suppose it'll be the same one for 9.5 agenda item.
We'll just deal with 9.4 now. Councillor Charles is not. Councillor Charles has been suspended. Are you happy with that as the wording, Councillor Kemp?
I believe this Councillor Charles, he's still an elected member, even though he's suspended, he still holds the name,
No,
doesn't
he actually doesn't if he's suspended. I'll let Councillor Victoria.
Our advice, that'll be through SACAC and also through the LGA, is that he is not an elected member of council during this time, and hence he is unable to receive an allowance. He's not able to participate in any council deliberations or meetings. He is not an elected member during this time.
Are you happy with that wording, Councillor Kemp?
Look, under the description made by the CEO, I guess I'll accept that, but it sounds strange to me, but because it's the community who votes him as an elected member, but anyway.
Thank you. And you're seconding that, Councillor Robertson? Do you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? No one, sorry, no one speaks to a formal motion. I will now put that to the floor then. All those in favour? Those against? Sorry, that's lost. And we now move
Division,
on to...
please, I call it division.
All those in favour? Councillor Kemp? Councillor Robertson? Those against, Councillor Mann? Councillor Hales? Councillor Litterley? Councillor Schofield? Councillor Henderson? Motion is lost. We're going to now go to the first recommendation, 9.4, that council receive and note the Deputy Mayor appointment report. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And seconding that, Councillor Hales. Either of you want to speak to it? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's received, that's carried, thank you. What I'll do is we'll do the second recommendation and then I'll ask if we can suspend standing orders for conducting a ballot, which needs to be 2/3 majority. And in accordance with the Code of Practice, I'll allow 3 minutes for each of the candidates to explain why they feel they're the most appropriate nominee before we have the ballot. But the second recommendation before we do that is that Council receive and note the nominations from Councillor Schofield and Councillor Kemp. Councillor Litterley moving that way and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to it? Anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. So okay. The CEO has just asked if we can do recommendation 3 to appoint her as a returning officer first, and then we can suspend standing orders so that people can speak. Then we can do the ballot. So would someone like to move that the council appoint the CEO as returning officer? Councillor Litterley, thank you. And sorry, Councillor Hales. Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Are you happy for me to suspend standing orders? Can you put up your hand if you are? Thank you very much. That's fine. So what I'd like to do is we've got Councillor Schofield and Councillor Kemp. You've got 3 minutes each to explain to us why you think you're the most appropriate nominee. I don't mind who goes first. Councillor Schofield, thank you.
I'd just like to say that this is my second term or sixth year on council, and I believe I have the required skills to support the Mayor as I continue to serve our community.
Councillor Schofield. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I believe that, yes, certainly I do have the right attributes to be a deputy mayor, to support the mayor when the mayor is required to be in other areas, and also support our community and speak on behalf of the council to the community. I think it's a great opportunity to get that experience because we don't know what the future holds. I've been approached by a number of the community people asking whether I would go for mayor at the next election. And I thought, what a better way of getting an understanding what the role of mayor is to actually become a deputy mayor for 12 months and understand that position and really make a decision about, whether it's a good opportunity or not. But unless you're a deputy mayor, you can never find out for that reason. So again, I believe my attributes and my commitment to the community in various ways would be a good fit as a deputy mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. We'll distribute the ballots. Councillor Schofield.
Yes, I would like to declare a conflict of interest because if appointed to the position...
Sorry, you actually need to undertake the ballot process first.
Oh, I do.
And
okay.
Then once we've actually completed the ballot process and I have a successful candidates from the ballot process, then that individual would need to declare their conflict of interest. As Karina hands out your ballot paper, can you clearly mark one name only, your preferred candidate for deputy mayor? So one name only, please, on your ballot paper. With 6 votes, Councillor Schofield is the preferred candidate for Deputy Mayor.
I have conflict of interest in this and I will leave the room.
Recommendation 4 is that council in accordance, can we please come back into meeting procedures, all those people that are happy to do that? Thank you. Recommendation 4 is in accordance with section 51(4) of the Local Government Act. We appoint Councillor Schofield to the position of Deputy Mayor for a period of 12 months from the 24th of November and concluding at midnight at the ordinary council meeting held on the 22nd of November 2021. Moved that way, Councillor Henderson. Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Hales. Either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's unanimously carried. Thank you. Congratulations, Councillor Schofield. We now move to item 9.5, section 41 committees, advisory and working groups, council member appointments. I will go through these one by one.
Mayor Jenkins, I'd like to move an adjournment motion, please.
Certainly, is the same wording as your previous one, Councillor Kemp?
Yes, I believe it is due to the fact that I believe Councillor Charles should have an opportunity to have a position, a nomination and a vote.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Robertson? Do you wish to speak to that motion, Councillor Kemp?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Robertson? Does anybody want to? No, we can't again. I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That motion's lost. Thank you.
Call division.
All those in favour? Councillor Littley? Councillor Kemp? Councillor Robertson? And against, Councillor Mann? Councillor Hales? Councillor Schofield? And Councillor Henderson? That motion is lost. So we move back to item 9.5, first recommendation that council receive and note the section 41 committees, advisory and working groups, council member appointments report. Councillor Littley, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that report? All those in, okay, sorry, Councillor Littley, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to it. I did vote for the adjournment of this matter because I would have liked to have seen the section 41 or committees that Mr. Peter Charles did nominate for, because to this point in time, I don't know that he's been on one.
Councillor Littley, does anybody else want to speak to the report? All those in favour? It's carried, thank you. So the Audit Committee, the Council's received 3 nominations, and the Audit Committee, the nominations are from Councillor Glasbrook, Councillor Schofield and Councillor Kemp for the 2 council member representative positions on the Audit Committee. So I will I'll suspend meeting procedures again, if that's all right with you. If you can. That's all right, we'll go down to 3 first. So would somebody like to move number 2? Nominations received from Councillor Glasbrook, Schofield and Kemp. Thank you, Dr. Kemp. Thank you, Councillor Kemp. And seconded by, sorry, I didn't see the hands went up, Councillor Hales. Either of you want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Number 3, that Council appoint the Chief Executive Officer as Returning Officer. Moved by Councillor Hales, seconded by Councillor Schofield. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. So can I have a show of hands to come out of meeting procedures? Thank you very much. And I'll ask Councillor Glasbrook's not here, but Councillor Schofield and Councillor Kemp, if they would like to explain why they're the most appropriate nominees prior to us going to the vote. Councillor Kemp, perhaps you could start this time.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Again, I believe I have the attributes. I've served 2 years already on the Audit Committee. I serve on the FRAC Aquatic Centre Audit Committee. So I've got a good understanding around the roles and responsibilities of a member of an Audit Committee. And it's a two-phase process because one, you know, you're sitting there to look at the finances, but also there you're ensuring that, you know, what the Audit Committee does is also is in the best aspect of the community. So we've got to look at those types of roles and take them seriously. And I just feel I've enjoyed it. I've had a great opportunity to learn a lot about how council works in financial areas, and I'd like to continue for the following 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Schofield?
Look, I would really like to sit on this particular committee. I have had experience in dealing with budgets across a range of areas, and I think I would have a good understanding of the procedures required on this committee.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. So if we take the ballot out?
From the 3 nominations, we are seeking 2 candidates. So if you could clearly mark the 2 preferred candidates on your ballot paper for the positions on the Audit Committee, please. The nominations for that are Councillor Glasbrook, Councillor Schofield and Councillor Kemp. We have one clear candidate with 6 votes, which is Councillor Glasbrook, but I have a tied vote with Councillor Schofield and Councillor Kemp, so I will undertake that ballot again. Karina, I will draw lots, sorry. I'll draw lots. I'll put both the names. Almost had another ballot. So I'll put both of those names, Councillor Schofield and Councillor Kemp, onto ballots, and I will draw lots. So I'll wait for Karina to do that.
Can you confirm it's the last person?
The person that is left undrawn is the candidate. The candidate drawn was Councillor Kemp, so the one remaining is Councillor Schofield. So the preferred candidates for the Audit Committee are Councillor Glasbrook with 6 votes and Councillor Schofield, who was drawn from lots.
So that moves us. So that brings us to item 4. So can we resume standing orders? Can we resume standing orders? Thank you. And item 4 is that Council appoints Councillor Glasbrook and Councillor Schofield to the position of Council Member Representatives to the Audit Committee, commencing on the 24th of November 2020 and concluding in November 2022. Do I have someone to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you. And a seconder for that, Councillor Hales. Either of you want to speak to that? Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. We now move on to the City Activation and Strategic Planning Advisory Committee. And I note that Council receive and note the nominations received from Councillor Hales and Councillor Schofield for the chairperson of the City Activation and Strategic Planning Advisory Committee. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you. And seconded Councillor Littley. Either of you want to speak to that? Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Number 6, that Council appoint the Chief Executive Officer as the returning officer. Moved by Councillor Littley and seconded by Councillor Kemp. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. And if we can go out of meeting procedures, people happy for that? Thank you. And so in accordance with the Code of Practice, I'll allow 3 minutes for both Councillor Hales and Councillor Schofield to explain why they're the most appropriate nominee. Councillor Hales, you haven't spoken.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I probably won't use the whole full 3 minutes, but I believe, as I've been chair of this committee for the last 18 months, I've done a decent job. I've treated everyone in the room fairly and with appropriate procedural fairness and the like. I've been on top of my meeting procedures, and I think we've walked out of those committees with a generally good feeling about what's transpired, even if we didn't like the topics discussed. So I would like to continue in this role. I clearly have the skills and ability, and I also enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Councillor Schofield.
Thank you. Look, I'm going to withdraw my nomination as chair because I believe that Councillor Hales has done an excellent job, and I have had the privilege of chairing this committee before. So I believe that I am capable of supporting Councillor Hales if the occasion arises.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. So we just have the one nomination then. So councillor Schofield has withdrawn her nomination.
Mayor, question please, if I might.
Yes,
I see in this part here that there's a deputy chair, but this I thought this was just a nomination for one only position. I didn't know that there was two in this, but this seems to have popped up separately to the other documents.
Through the Mayor, unlike other, I mean, the Section 41 committees do have a chair and a deputy chair. This is the strategic planning or the advisory committee, which consists of the whole council. So the council has a provision in its terms of reference for a deputy chair. So the unsuccessful candidate in this example would be the deputy chair. Where your other Section 41 committees would possibly, some have two elected members, and they would automatically take that position because elected members of Section 41 committees are usually the chair.
so I'll just ask this query with the microphone from the CEO. So if it was Councillor Hales and Councillor Schofield, and one of them became chair, the other one would automatically become deputy chair?
If that was their wish, yes. And that's why I would have undertaken the ballot. If they were both seeking to be chairperson, I would have sought one candidate only on the ballot paper for chair and advised the chamber if the unsuccessful candidate would have been the deputy chair if they so choose.
Councillor Schofield, with that in mind, did you still want to withdraw your nomination? Given that there's just the two of you that had nominated, unless there's somebody else also who would like to nominate for deputy chair, in which case we can have a separate ballot for deputy chair, if somebody would like to nominate as deputy chair.
Oh dear. No, I'll withdraw my withdrawal and I'll stand against my colleague.
Councillor Schofield. Is there anybody else that would like to nominate as well? So we move on to the ballot. Have we gone through? Yes.
We're currently out of meeting procedures.
We're out of, okay, so we'll move on with the ballot then.
Thank you. So we are, at this stage, we're looking for the appointment of the chairperson for the City Activation and Strategic Planning Advisory Committee. You have two nominations, one from Councillor Hales and one from Councillor Schofield. I'll ask that you place one name only for your preferred candidate to be chair of the committee. Successful candidate will be nominated. With 7 votes, Councillor Hales is a preferred candidate for the chairperson's position. and is the unsuccessful candidate for chair happy to accept the position of deputy?
Thank you. So if we can go back into meeting procedures.
Mayor Jenkins, I'd like to
Okay.
declare a material conflict of interest as the chair of this committee attracts an additional.
Thank you, Councillor Hales.
And I also would like to declare a conflict of interest. If needed to support my colleague, I would receive a sitting fee.
They did a show of fingers that indicated that they were happy to resume standing orders. We now move to item 7, which is that council appoint Councillor Hales to the position of chair and Councillor Schofield to the position of deputy chair to the City Activation and Strategic Planning Advisory Committee. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Robertson, thank you, and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Congratulations, Councillor Hales and Schofield. We now move to the Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee, and we only have one nomination from Councillor Henderson for that member representative. Would someone like to move, receive and note the nomination received from Councillor Henderson? Thank you, Councillor Schofield, and seconded by Councillor Littley. Either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Littley?
Yeah, I was on this committee in the past couple of years, and regrettably I had to not nominate this time because of the timing of the meetings, and given the members of that committee had a particular time frame that they could meet, it didn't suit my working. And I would encourage any one of my fellow councillors to join in that committee, because it is very valuable and it's very well run, and you get some great insights there. So I would like to see someone else join with Councillor Henderson if someone has that opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. If anybody else would like to nominate, we are able to take nominations now. So does anybody else want to speak to receiving that nomination? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Given that there is only one nomination, I will go down to recommendation 10, and that is that council appoints Councillor Henderson to the position of chairperson.
I will declare a financial conflict of interest and leave the chamber.
Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Littley, thank you, and Councillor Schofield seconding that. Either of you like to speak to it? Anybody like to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. We now move down to the Fleurieu Regional Community Services Advisory Committee, and there are two nominations for the council member representatives. Let's check something with the CEO. No, that's right. One of those council representatives will be the chairperson, and the other person will be the deputy chair or the the council member representative. So the first motion is that council receive and note the nominations received from Councillor Henderson and Councillor Schofield. Thank you, Councillor Littley, and seconded by Councillor Robertson. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. The number 12, council appoint the Chief Executive Officer as returning officer. Councillor Schofield moving that way, Councillor Littley seconding that. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? It's carried, thank you. And what I'll do is I'll ask you, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Schofield, which one of you are nominating for chair and which one are nominating for deputy chair?
I would like to nominate for the position of chair.
Thank you.
And I will be nominating for the position of deputy chair.
Thank you. So I will go on to we'll go to out of meeting procedure. Don't need to.
Declared that one wants.
May. If we go out of meeting procedure, all those in favour? What would you like to talk about why you would like to be chair, Councillor Henderson?
Thank you, Mayor. I have chaired this committee for the past 2 years, and I find it extremely rewarding. It's something that's very, very dear to my heart, all of the groups that sit under this committee. So I'd like to continue on in that role for the next 2 years.
Look, I have had again the privilege of chairing this committee in my last term on council. It is one, I think, of the most important committees that we have. The work that's done across the region is extremely important. And so I believe that I'll be able to support Councillor Henderson.
Move to the ballot. All right. All right. That's fine then. We'll then move to the Recreation Centre Management Committee. And we've got...
Resume standing orders.
I'll resume standing orders and then move. Are you happy to go back to meeting procedures? Thank you.
Financial conflict of interest, leaving the chamber.
Thank you.
I have a conflict of interest as well, financial.
So the motion is that council appoints Councillor Henderson to the position of chairperson and Councillor Schofield to the position of council member representative to the Fleurieu Region Community Services Advisory Committee. Do I have someone to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Littley, seconded by Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Item 14, that council receive and note the nominations from Councillor Mann, Councillor Hales and Councillor Robertson for the council member representative positions on the Recreation Centre Management Committee. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Kemp, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Thank you very much. Any discussion on that? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. The council appoint the Chief Executive Officer as a returning officer. All those in favour, although someone move that way. Thank you, Councillor Littley, and seconded Councillor Hales. Any discussion on that? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Can I ask you whether or not you are nominating for the position of chairperson or council member representative? If two members are interested in the same position, then according to the Code of Practice for Meeting Procedures, I'll allow up to 3 minutes for each of those members to explain why they're the most appropriate nominee. Councillor Mann?
I'd like to nominate for chair.
Chair. Councillor Hales?
For committee member.
Community member? And Councillor Robertson? So I'll ask Councillor Hales and Councillor Robertson to speak for 3 minutes as to why they may be the most appropriate person for community member. Councillor Lidley?
Can I just ask a question? I think we're going down the track here. We have 3 members nominated for 2 positions. Are we going about this in the right process direction? Because while we might be having 1 member who's nominated for chair, if that member wasn't the preferred of 2 in the top 2 candidates from the rest of the chamber, then we're going to be in a bit of a mess down the track. Should we not be seeking who the 2 members are that are representative and then find out Councillor Mann may not actually be a preferred candidate anyway? I think we've gone around it back to front on this one.
Through the Mayor, if I may. At the moment, you've got nominations. So Councillor Mann has nominated for chair. I would be looking for the chamber, if they are happy to accept that nomination, that they appoint him as chair. You then have 1 vacancy for the elected member representative, and in which case you would then undertake a secret ballot if you're only seeking 1.
So are you happy to go out of meeting procedures? Yes, thank you. I'll get some direction from the CEO here. Do we want both Councillor Hales and Councillor Robertson to speak about why they would like to be the council member representative? We do. Councillor Hales, would you like to speak first, and then Councillor Robertson?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Again, I'll keep it brief. I've served on this committee for the 6 years I've been on council, and probably sent about 4 or 5 of them as chair of this committee. I think my working knowledge of this committee and the Rec Centre and everything to do with the Rec Centre is better than any other elected member of this council, and therefore I would like to continue providing this knowledge and context, as well as bringing my experience of serving in council committees to this committee continuing.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Councillor Robertson?
Yeah, I'd like to be on this committee because I'm also the council rep on the High School Governing Council, and I think there's new changes coming to sport and recreation, but also issues related to the use of the rec centre area in relation to that of the changes that are taking place in the high school, particularly the absorption of the Year 7 from primary school. I have an interest in this area. Clearly a lot to learn, but I'd be keen to put my effort and resources to that position.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. We will go to the ballot.
So at the moment, the 2 candidates that are looking to, who are interested in the elected member representative on this committee are Councillor Hales and Councillor Robertson. So if you can clearly mark 1 name of your preferred elected member representative on this committee on your ballot paper, and they will be the candidate put forward for the vote. With 5 votes, Councillor Hales is the preferred candidate.
I'll ask to come back into meeting procedures. Thank you. And the recommendation 16.
Mayor Jenkins, I'd like to declare a material conflict of interest due to the associated sitting fee.
Thank you, Councillor Mann.
Mayor Jenkins, I would like to also declare a material conflict of interest, as if the chair is absent, I would be sitting as the chair and attract a sitting fee.
Councillor Hales. Item 16, the council appoints Councillor Mann to the position of chairperson and Councillor Hales to the position of council member representative to the Recreation Centre Management Committee. To have someone to move that way, Councillor Henderson, thank you very much, and Councillor Schofield seconding that. Either of you want to speak to it? Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. We now come to item 17. We've received one nomination, that is from Councillor Henderson for the Southern Communities Transport Scheme Advisory Committee. Councillor Henderson, are you nominating for chair?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor.
Given that there is only the one nomination as for chair, I'll move down to, I'll stay with that number 17 first of all. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Littley, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Either of you like to speak to that? Anyone like to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. We can now move down to item 19, and that is that council appoints.
Material conflict of interest again. I'll leave the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. That council appoints Councillor Henderson to the position of chairperson for the Southern Communities Transport Scheme Advisory Committee. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Either of you like to speak to that? Councillor Hales?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I think this is an opportune time to raise the fact that we are moving Councillor Henderson to become chairperson of this committee, but we are leaving the proxy position vacant. And that, I think, largely plays into the fact of when our committee meetings are during the day. The members who work full-time or have busy schedules between study and work commitments can't make a 10 a.m. meeting. A 4:30 meeting, they can work around and get there, but a 10 a.m. one, they can't. And so I think if local government's going to encourage working professionals to be council members and participate fully in terms of committee involvement, etc., they need to be looking at when these meetings are being held. Likewise, asking members of the community to attend a meeting at that time. Maybe you're missing out on people who would be able to attend a later meeting or even an earlier meeting, an 8 a.m. breakfast meeting before work. So yeah, I think that is why some of these positions are left vacant where otherwise they wouldn't be.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. I think you make some very good points, and I will bring that up with my next meeting with the CEO and see whether or not we can look at perhaps doing something differently, because I think that your points are very, very valid. Does anybody else want to speak to this motion? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. We now come to the Arts and Culture Advisory Group, and item 20 is that Council receive and note the nominations received from Mayor Jenkins, Councillor Hales, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Robertson for the council member representative positions on the Arts and Culture Advisory Group. So I'd like to move that way, Councillor Mann, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Any questions, Councillor Mann?
Just a quick comment. Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. As the previous chair of this committee, I just want to thank the representatives and just note the great respect I have for those on the committee, and also the great work that's been achieved over the past few years. And as you can see, it's a very popular committee, so I look forward to sharing that position around with my fellow elected members, and I hope that we can continue on this arts journey that we've been going on the past few years, and I'm excited to see where we go with it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Does anybody else want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Given that there are 4 nominees, I'd ask if anybody is nominating for the chairperson's role. Councillor Henderson.
I would like to nominate as chair.
Any other nominations as chair? Councillor Hales, Councillor Robertson. Nominated as chair, and Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'll take this opportunity to withdraw my nomination for this committee. There being more than adequate demand to fill these positions, I feel I'll step back and let someone else take them.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. So we have 2 nominations for chair. I don't want to nominate for chair, but would like to be part of that committee. The next so I'd like to appoint the Chief Executive Officer as a returning officer for the purpose of the secret ballot. Thank you, Councillor Kemp, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. I'd like Councillor Henderson and Councillor Robertson to, if they would like to, have 3 minutes to explain why they're the most appropriate nominee, but we'll need to go out of meeting procedures for that. So are you happy for us to do that? Thank you very much. So perhaps Councillor Henderson, you're first on the list. If you can say why you think you're the most
Thank you, Mayor.
appropriate nominee.
Well, I've been a passionate supporter of arts and culture my whole adult life, and I've been involved in art and craft since my early childhood. In the past 2 years, I've been on this advisory group and believe I've been a valuable contributor to the group, and have attended all of the community workshops leading up to the opening of the wonderful Coral Street Art Space. And it's been a pleasure to see this group bring this together. I've also attended almost all of the openings of the art displays there, and I'd like to continue on in that position, and hopefully as chair to see the art space develop further into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Robertson?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate for chair. I've been involved in a very practical sense with a large number of activities in arts and culture activities in Victor Harbour, including setting up of the school's art show during the Sala events, and assisting with a number of programs over several years in relation to my Rotary Club involvement, and assistance with other and emerging arts culture activities. And I would be interested in applying my energies and experience in those areas to the activities of this this advisory group.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. I'll now hand over to the CEO for the ballot.
Okay, I'll undertake this in a two-part process. So first, we're looking to appoint the chair. So we have the two nominees for chairperson, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Robertson. So you can clearly mark on your ballot paper your preferred candidate out of Councillor Robertson and Councillor Henderson.
Can I have a clarification? Is the unsuccessful candidate in this process able to go into the next ballot for the position?
Correct, that's why I'm doing a two-part process. With 6 votes, the preferred candidate for chairperson is Councillor Henderson. I will now do ballots for your elected member representative on the Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee. So your candidates for this elected member representative are Councillor Robertson and Mayor Jenkins. You can clearly mark one name on your ballot paper, please. Yes, the Mayor may wish to allow both members to speak.
Thank you.
Just a question first, Mayor Jenkins. Aren't you an ex officio of all committees and advisory groups?
Yes, I am, but I would like to become more involved, and I'll speak to that when I speak. I'd like to be on this committee as a full committee member and be able to be part of this committee. As you know, art and culture is very important and is a passion of mine. And I'd like to see this committee work well as it has been working, and be involved with it. I would like to see a lot more of local artists be involved, and help steer the conversation of the committee in terms of much more local involvement of artists, and much more public art and public art trails, which we've talked about. As an ex officio member of the committee, I'm very aware that I am not a representative of the council on the committee, but and so I don't vote. There are many discussions that I stand back from and don't get involved with because I don't see that it is my role as an ex officio member. But art and culture, given the passion that I do have for it and the importance of it in this community, it is a committee that I would like to be a lot more involved with on a hands-on basis and as a representative of this council. Councillor Robertson, did you want to speak to committee member?
Yes, I've spoken before, but I would like to say that, congratulate Councillor Henderson on being the chair, and I'd be delighted to be able to put my energies and effort into supporting, in addition to what I said before, to supporting her leading the group.
Thank you. So the ballot process, as stated before, you're looking for one name on your ballot paper. Your candidates who have nominated are Mayor Jenkins and Councillor Robertson. If you can clearly mark your preferred candidate on your ballot paper. The preferred candidate for elected member representative is Councillor Robertson with 5 votes.
Can we move to go back into meeting procedure? Thank you very much. And item 22 is that the council appoints Councillor Henderson to the position of chairperson and Councillor Robertson to the position of council member representative to the Arts and Culture Advisory Group. Can someone move that way? Thank you, Councillor Littley, and seconded by Councillor Kemp. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. I am aware that it is 8 o'clock, or it's just about to be 8 o'clock. We might just look at the Heritage Advisory Group. There hasn't been any nominations. You have received one?
Through Mayor Jenkins, I've received a written nomination from Councillor Glasbrook. He advised this afternoon that he forgot to state that if there's no nominations, he was happy to resume his position back on the Heritage Advisory Committee.
Okay, that's great. Councillor Littley?
I'd also like to nominate for this group.
Any other nominations? So the first recommendation then will be that councillor receive and note the nominations received from councillor Glasbrook and councillor Littley. Did councillor Glasbrook indicate whether he wanted to nominate as chair or no? Councillor Littley, do you want to nominate as chair or the member representative?
Either way, it doesn't bother me. Look, my nomination comes from the fact that there weren't any other nominations listed down here, and giving it some thought there as we've gone through this process. And I'll just point out that in number 24, it actually marks it up as Arts and Culture
Yeah.
Advisory Group.
Yes,
but,
I've noted that. Thank you.
But it comes. I have a vested interest in the heritage of the area. I've got some very good mentors who have taught me and continue to teach me a lot about the local heritage and history. So given that Councillor Glasbrook's not here, and I will put my hand up for chairperson of this committee. And I'd work very closely with Councillor Glasbrook to put a concerted front up there in this committee and a good representation. I've been very impressed with Councillor Glasbrook's efforts in this area in the past. So if you did want to tap me on the shoulder and say move over, I would too. So, but I'll nominate for chairperson because I think it is a very important committee, and we can lock things in now. We'll get some work done.
Thank you, councillor Littley. So would someone like to move that council receive and note the nominations received? Councillor Hales, thank you, and councillor Schofield. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. So I think we can move down to councillor Littley, you've nominated as chair, and councillor Glasbrook hasn't said whether he wants to be chair or not. I think we could move down with, if the council agrees, that the council appoints councillor Littley to the position of chairperson and councillor Glasbrook to the position of council member representative on the Heritage Advisory Committee. Councillor Hales, you happy to move that way? Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, councillor Henderson. Any discussion? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. It is now 8 o'clock, so we might have a 10-minute break, and I'll see you back here at 8:10. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now up to the Boating Facilities Working Group. Recommendation 25. And the recommendation is that council receive and note the nominations received from Councillor Littley and Councillor Robertson for the council member representative positions on the Boating Facilities Working Group. Can I have someone to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Schofield. Seconding that. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Can I just ask Councillor Littley and Councillor Robertson whether or not they are wanting to nominate as chair? Yes, Councillor Littley. Councillor Robertson, are you wanting to nominate as chair? No. So in that case, we move down to item 27, that council appoints Councillor Littley as the position of chairperson and Councillor Robertson to the position of council member representative of the Boating Facilities Working Group. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you, and Councillor Schofield seconding that. Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. The Agribusiness Working Group. The council receive and note the nominations received from Councillor Schofield and Councillor Robertson for the council member representative position on the Agribusiness Working Group. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Littley, thank you. Councillor Henderson seconding that. Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Now, my understanding is that Beryl Price is the chair of that group, so we're not looking for a chairperson. I just need to clarify that. That's correct. So we will be going to a vote, and what I'll do is first of all appoint the Chief Executive Officer as returning officer for the purposes of that vote. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Schofield, seconded by Councillor Henderson. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. If we can move out of meeting procedures, can I have hands up? Thank you very much. I will allow up to 3 minutes for both Councillor Schofield and Councillor Robertson to explain why they are the most appropriate nominee for this representative position.
Okay. I've been on this agribusiness working group for the last 2 years and been along to all the meetings and I think contributed quite a bit to it. I'd like to continue on with this because there's some really important stuff coming up in this group related in particular to soil fertility, but also in relation to water security. I am an active farmer, beef farmer in my own right, and I'm also a very active member of the Fleurieu Beef Group, which is a very active farmer group in this area, particularly in relation to research activities. I'm also very keen about the issue of putting in front of council here through the working group the issue of soil health and how that relates to our environment and improving the quality of production of what is in our council here is essentially a red meat producing council. We don't have a great deal of diversity in agricultural production in this area, so that and the issue also of getting on top of weeds and particularly pests, and you will also appreciate that I'll be a very active member of the council working party on the native fauna conservation, and that's particularly in relation to the benefits that flow to that through to agribusiness in the area. So my background.
Thank you, councillor Robertson. Councillor Schofield.
Thank you. Look, I have quite a few qualifications in this area. I believe the agricultural industry is an extremely important industry, not only for our region, for South Australia and Australia. We have one of the best agro businesses in the world. Our farmers are leading, innovating. What I have decided to do, as I've been fortunate to be appointed to a couple of other committees, I believe I would be better serving this committee as a role under the Landscape Board that I sit on, and I think that it would be better for us to have two people working on the agriculture business in the region. So I will withdraw my nomination and support the nomination of Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, councillor Schofield. We won't need to go to a ballot in that case, but we will need to come back into meeting procedures. Thank you very much. And item 30 is that council appoints councillor Robertson, position of council member representative to the Agribusiness Working Group. Was moved by councillor Henderson. Thank you very much, and seconded by councillor Littley. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Number 31, council receive and note the nomination received from councillor Mann for the council member representative position on the Encounter Bay Future Recreation, Sports and Infrastructure Working Group. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Littley, thank you, and councillor Robertson seconding that. Does anybody want to speak to that motion? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Given that there are no other nominees, I would recommend that council appoints councillor Mann to the position of chairperson to the Encounter Bay Future Recreation, Sports and Infrastructure Working Group. Would someone like to
Mayor
move?
Jenkins, I'd like to declare a potential perceived conflict of interest due to an impartial, fair-minded person potentially having perceiving a gain or benefit. So I'll be leaving the chamber.
Councillor Mann. Did you want to move that way, Councillor Hales? And seconded Councillor Littley. Does anybody want to speak to that motion? Councillor Littley.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that it's recognised that Councillor Mann's done a huge amount of work in this space, and it's a moving beast at the moment, the Encounter Bay area, and I'm heavily involved in that side of things as well. We all want to see some fantastic sporting facilities down there, and I think Councillor Mann has got that energy and the drive to really bring people together and make that happen. So I fully support his leadership of this position in this space.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Does anybody else want to say anything? All those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. Item 33, that council receive and note the nominations received from Councillor Hales and Councillor Robertson for the council member representative position on the council assessment panel. Someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. Given that there's only one position, I'll now move for the council to appoint the Chief Executive Officer as a returning officer. If someone can move that way. Thank you, Councillor Schofield, and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Any discussion? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Can we move out of meeting procedures for a few minutes? Thank you very much. So what I'll do in accordance with the code of practice is allow up to 3 minutes for each of those nominees to explain why they may be the most appropriate person. Councillor Hales, your name comes first on my sheet of paper, so I'll ask you to go first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. While I haven't served on the assessment panel previously, I do believe I have a strong working knowledge of the development plan and all related strategic plans required to serve as a fully capable member of the panel, and look forward to serving with them if given the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor. I would be new to this position, but I've taken a great deal of interest in the development approval process since I came to council. I will be, if appointed to this position, I will be turning up at every meeting. I will be reading the agenda, and I will be asking lots of questions in line with the business of being able to be as informed as I possibly can about the various processes. I have also, partially in anticipation of the opportunity to serve on this committee, I have nominated, as with a couple of other councillors here, to go through the, I think it's 7-stage process being run, I think, by Wallmans to give education to people on the new Planning Act. So I would hope that through that process that I would be in a good position to carry out the duties. I also see the position of the council representative on this panel as very important, as the personally I'm concerned at the extent to which elected member representation and involvement in a lot of activities, critical activities related to council are being watered down, that this is the last position, and it's really one where I believe that the most important aspect of that position on this development panel is to fully and effectively reflect to the panel the desires of the community in Victor Harbor, because we will be under a lot of challenge, being a favoured place for people perhaps to come and live in the coming years. But it's the panel these days is composed of people who are very well technically qualified, and there's no doubt benefits to that, but none of them have any real understanding of the community. And to me, the main task of the community representative, given their vote, is practically without value. But at least if you can represent the views of the community to the rest of the panel members, then you at least have a voice there. So that's my, I will be working hard, as I normally do in these positions, to make sure that the community values and desires are reflected in the community panel.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. I'll hand over to the CEO as the returning officer.
Thank you. On your ballot paper, if you can clearly mark your preferred candidate out of the 2 nominations, you have a nomination from Councillor Hales and one from Councillor Robertson. Please mark one name only. Sorry, with tied votes, we have 4 votes each for councillor Hales and councillor Robertson. I will draw lots and the name remaining in the bowl will be the preferred candidate. Councillor Robertson's name has been drawn. The remaining name is councillor Hales. Councillor Hales is the preferred candidate.
Can I please have a show of hands to come back to meeting procedures? Thank you very much. We now go to 35. That council appoints Councillor Hales to the position of council member representative to the council assessment panel. Someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and seconded by Councillor Robertson. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. That is the end of the Section 41 Committee Advisory and Working Group Council Member appointments. We now move on to item 9.6, which is the 2020 Local Government Association AGM. And the first recommendation is that council receive and note the annual general meeting report. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. And do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Do either of you want to talk to receiving the report? Does anybody want to talk to receiving the report? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Can I just ask if there is, the recommendation is that council endorse the voting recommendations as outlined in the report, but I am also cognizant of there are 9.5, goes from 7 to 9.5, and the recommendation is to support all of the different motions. Are you happy to go that way, or are there any motions that you want to discuss in terms of not supporting them? I can go through the recommendations one by one, or we can talk about that out of session, or I can just do the recommendation 2, which is supporting them all. Councillor Henderson?
I've read through them all and I think we can do them en bloc.
You're happy to do them all en bloc? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, I've read through them all, but I would particularly, and I have no objection to any of them, but I'd particularly like to just highlight additional support to a couple of, just a handful of those items.
Okay, and that can form part of the debate, thank you. So if there's no objections to any of them, I move recommendation 2, that council endorse the voting recommendations relating to the South Australian Regional Organisation Committee, Greater Association Regional Organisation Committee and the Local Government Association Board of Directors for the LGA General Meeting on Thursday, as followed in the report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Do either of you want to speak to that? No? Does anybody want to speak to that? You might want to speak to some of them. Councillor Robertson.
Yes, yeah, I read through them all, and I was quite impressed with the level of practicality of these ones that are coming from different councils. The ones that I was really happy about were the voter roll process that is coming up. I don't know, maybe the CEO might comment on. This is one of those items where you'd think that, well, it's all very well you get up and vote for these things, but at the LGA, but does it make any difference? Does it change the state government's mind on stuff? But I was particularly happy that this one had been put forward because I believe that down here in Victor Harbor we have a very sad situation in that I think we have the highest turnout of or the second highest turnout for voters in South Australia for our council elections, something like 50-odd%. But we have a pathetically low involvement with our non-resident ratepayers. They're crucial to a number of to our future in many respects, and we've yet to crack that chestnut in terms of finding how to involve them, but definitely getting them involved in more council elections, and the very practical suggestions. Forgotten which council put this one forward, but that one impressed me as being one that was really worthwhile. I also really thought that the ones that about waste 7.2 and 7.3 were really, I hope again that that we'll get from 7.2 that more of the money that state government pulls out of the solid waste levy to support the EPA bureaucracy. Instead of doing that we might be able to get some more support for some practical research. And I think that it would be worthwhile highlighting since Mayor, you'll be the flag holder for Victor Harbor, that some of the research, applied research that we've done down here in the last few years on reductions in landfill and so forth will show that just what sort of, real benefits there are to having investment in at least some applied research. And also 7.3, the recycling services and 8.3 also, because that's a trial of the local government sector. I'm sure we'll be exercised with that over the next 4 to 5 years in relation to the proposal for a greater or more collaborative work amongst Yankalilla, ourselves and Alexandrina, beyond the Aquatic Centre and the Waste Authority, and doing a little bit of background work with each other's administrative systems. It will be, and I think that the point to really highlight out of that is how well we can gel together as three councils over the next couple of years, especially in relation to developing a common approach to the enterprise resource program purchase and implementation.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Does anybody else want to speak to that motion? Not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. Those against? That's carried. Item 10, Community and Development, the Disability Access and Inclusion Plan. First recommendation is that we receive and note the inclusion plan report. And I'd just like to draw your attention to the memorandum that Leanne Summons has put on your desk about some late public consultation that has come in relation to that. So would someone like to move that we receive and note the report? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Hales. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. The second recommendation is that Council endorse, pursuant to the Disability Inclusion Regulations under the Disability Inclusion Act, the Disability Action Plan, publishing the plan on the Victor Harbour website and lodging the plan with the Australian Government Department of Human Services. Thank you, Councillor Henderson, moving that way, and Councillor Hales seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anyone want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, man, Mayor, sorry. Just a couple of questions in relation to this, the community engagement plan. Sorry, in this, but the yeah, on page 134, on the implementation progress. The yearly action tables that will be developed to meet the recommendations of the plan. When do we expect to see those yearly action tables produced?
Leanne, thank you.
So by the beginning of the year, Councillor Robertson, the action plans will be up. By the end of January 2021 will be the first plan based on that.
So they come out on a calendar year basis rather than a fiscal year basis?
Yeah, so the legislation required us to put on their website just the higher level documentation, and through several consultations, it was decided that having an annual action plan, that we addressed some of the needs that met the plan would be a better way to go than publishing it all currently, because it's a more of a living document.
Are there any other questions or comments in relation to recommendation 2? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 10.2, the Victor Harbour Visitor Centre consolidation. First recommendation is that Council receive and note the report. Thank you, Councillor Hales, and seconding that, Councillor Schofield, thank you. Do either of you want to comment about the report? Does anybody else want to comment about receiving and noting the report? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. The second recommendation is that Council endorse the increase of job number 32400, Whale Building Alterations, capital to $630,000 to support the building works as outlined within the Council report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you. And do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Robertson, thank you very much. Would either of you like to speak to that? Councillor Robertson?
Yeah, Councillor Henderson's not. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is, I'd like to speak to it because I'm not happy about it. I think it's a massive amount of money for a building that we really haven't yet decided its long-term position. And there are a couple of the drivers behind this, particularly, of course, the lift, but also some of the heating and cooling requirements that I think are pretty amazing. The Yeah, to me, I also have, it's not in this, not in the 3 items that are here, but I also am not sure where we stand. I don't think we've been told yet as to what's happening in relation to the operating costs of this building, and therefore that leads into the capital costs. For instance, the staffing that's going to go on into this building. I also have a concern that we've engaged an architect, Studio S2, specialist in the area of visitor and tourism industry developments with expertise in heritage buildings, and I don't see their costs anywhere in here. So I wondered where their costs were, because I assume that as the architects, they'll be not only designing what's going on in there, but also be supervising some of the work. And also, I was disappointed to see out of this that we've got this item in terms of spending on this particular building does not include, as far as I can see, anything to do with the enhancement of the actual displays that are in there. And I think that's critical to the future of the popularity of the Wales Centre that's been mentioned before, that it's a good facility, but it's tired, needs enhancing, but there's nothing in here to say that, okay, there's no additional expenditures going on in here in relation to the displays. I don't know whether they're going to be cast as operating costs, but I would have thought that they are capital costs. And lastly, I think we were talking before about the need for our buildings in future to be energy positive. And I got the impression last time we talked about this that solar panels would be worth having on the roof of this building. And but there's nothing in here in relation to solar panels. And I would have also thought that in relation to the heating and cooling, we could have been thinking about heat exchangers rather than air conditioners. But those are my comments on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. We have Mark Prisabilla here. So, Mark, I wonder whether or not you'd be able to respond to some of Councillor Robertson's queries.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. So in regards to the architect's cost that you've asked for, I don't have the figures right in front of me at the moment. They're in the order of $17,000 to do that work. It's been quite a bit of work for the architect, and they've also engaged other external assistants with it. In terms of solar panels, we've not explicitly included it in the list, but it's certainly an option to include it. There is a provision on the roof to do that. So that's certainly an option, whilst it's not on the list. The heating and cooling that you reference, the only air conditioning actually will be the replacement of existing evaporative systems that actually support the offices upstairs. They are due for replacement. The architect has been heavily involved in looking at alternatives to not so much heat and cool the whole building, but actually get the building to a state that's actually climatically acceptable. And so there's a range of measures that are in that table. Insulation is a big issue for that building, and so the blankets have been deemed appropriate and have had support from State Heritage, as to some commercial fans that would sit in the ceiling. The intent of the design is to actually open up the building and expose the heritage fabric of the building. At the minute, there's lots of gyprock that covers over the beautiful smoke-tainted fabric of the building. So the designs will hopefully sell the building, and not just for this use, but any future use that council may deem appropriate.
Thank you, Mark. did you want to add anything?
Follow-up question to that. Marcus, on there's no objection from the heritage people to doing the sensible thing, which is insulating the roof. Yeah, that will help a lot, and it's good that they don't object to the fans either, which is also a good. So the evaporative, in the ceiling, are they going to be evaporative coolers or air conditioners?
Through the Mayor, the existing evaporative coolers actually service the offices, and so that's the extent of the evaporative cooling. Given the other measures that have been put in place, it'll actually help that system work better. At the minute, the roof is in summer, particularly very hot, and it forces that system to work overtime and not deliver an effective cooling solution. So a DA has been lodged, but it's yet to be assessed by State Heritage. So that's why we can't, it hasn't been approved by State Heritage. But we've actually given the State Heritage rep the floor plans, and Arctic has spoken with Kevin O'Sullivan, and he is supportive, but yet to formally assess it. So it's not objecting to the blankets in the roof ceiling.
Thank you. Does Councillor Schofield?
Yes, I just have one question. Removal of existing tunnel.
Through the Mayor, as you walk into the WALE Centre, there's actually what you'd call a shed, I suppose, which actually is considered to be the tunnel. There's a range of exhibits and interpretives in the area, so that is considered to be the tunnel. So that will be removed, and along with a range of other aspects in that central entry area will be removed to expose the beautiful aspects of the building.
And may I have one further question? In relation to the glass flooring that shows the original horse tram tracks, does that remain?
Through the Mayor, yes, it does.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this motion? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. More of a question towards Kelly, I suppose, through the budgets. When you look at the budget implications, the current budget, you got here 300,000, but weren't we working for 355,740 a grant, which should have been the regional base budget? Is that correct or not?
Through the Mayor, yeah, that's correct. So the original budget had 300,000 in there on expenditure, offset by that 355,000 in grants. So they should have matched up at the timing of the original budget, but they didn't. But just in terms of clarification for this item, the amount that council is asking, you're being asked to decide on, is adding an extra approximately $300,000 to the budget. So whereby the previous estimates were fully offset by grant funding, now it requires a council contribution of around 300,000.
Okay, thank you. Again, I guess it's like Councillor Robertson there. I know this project is to get the building up to compliance issues, but in the main function of getting all this ready, I thought we would have had solar panels built into the costings. Project manager for this type of project, I thought might have been shown here. I mean, you look at the actual breakdown of the estimations and stuff like that, it only comes to 273. So again, to me, some of the figures are a little bit waffly, but again, I know you understand it there, Kelly, but I'm just wondering, why there are some variations in some of the figures around and trying to get an understanding of what you're really after. So you're really asking for another 330,000, according to what I can understand. But again, not incorporating some other fees which are missing, which again should be part of the capital project, I would have thought.
Through the Mayor, Mark may be able to answer this better than I, but I believe that the project management would be in-house and done by a building facilities officer. And there is some contingencies allowed in the actual breakdown of cost estimates as well, if there were any minor things. But yeah, it would be delivered in-house.
Okay, thank you. And I've got a question on the fire safety aspects. I see that you got the supply of 3 hose reels, upgrade of main service to 25 mils, exit light upgrades, alarm system, etc. Because we're putting a lift in, which will take disabled people to the basement, the exit, emergency exit is stairs, because in a fire situation you can't use lifts, so how will we go get the disabled people out of the basement? Because there are only stairs there, or you got to remodel the stairs to ensure that you can get disabled people out through the emergency exits.
Through the Mayor, can I refer that to Graham?
Yeah, through the Mayor, it would be no different to most other public buildings that have a lift that disabled people may be able to access, and in the event of fire becomes problematic. Buildings these days have management systems and management plans in terms of how people are evacuated, so those with a higher level of needs are catered for within those plans as well. But as far as I'm aware, there's no physical way of being able to cater for them in any other way than through the lifts and the stairwells that exist in most public accessible buildings.
I think it'd be worthwhile to investigate that further, because I think, you know, it certainly is not recommended to use lifts in the event of an emergency. And of course, if you have to get people out of stairwells and things like that, again, you know, I thought while you're doing this compliance issue, I thought you would have looked at that aspect, or the building facilities people or the building fire safety committee would have looked at and advised you of the best actions to get people out of the basement area in that response.
Sorry, just to clarify, it's not covered in the building code, so we're designing to code and standard. So those things aren't covered in the building code, but rather covered through management plans that the building has.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion in relation to recommendation 2? Have you got a question, Councillor Robertson?
Yes, I do. But my question is, this is really the installation of this lift is really really the elephant on the in the corner of this proposal. Is there any way that this cost can be reduced, mitigated? Because yeah, I get it. It's for disability access and so on, but as far as I know, the upstairs, I was in there only a week or two ago for a training session, that you might need to get disabled people up there, but is there any way of dealing with that without having to install $250,000 lift?
Graham?
Yeah, through the Mayor, not that I'm aware of. The conversation around the lift has had the lifespan of an elephant as well. It's been around for a long time. It's been on the plan and off the plan for at least 10 years that I'm aware of. I don't believe that there's another way to provide adequately and in a equitable manner for disabled people, but not just disabled people, mums with prams, all of those sorts of things, and those people that you utilise and would like to utilise all the facilities that are there.
Are there any further comments? Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate? I'll then put recommendation 2 to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Recommendation 3 is that Council endorse the variations to car parking limits and configuration in Railway Terrace in accordance with attachment A to the report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Schofield, thank you. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, attachment A, I wasn't quite sure what was supposed to be shown on that. The variations, I get it that the yellow one, which was the taxi zone, was going to go from the left-hand side to the, or the Warland Park side to the Crown Hotel side of Railway Terrace. And I wasn't quite sure what I guess that those at the bottom, the blue, I'm referring to attachment A, the blue car parks down there, I presume that that they're going to be 1 hour parks, and the others would be, the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 parks will be 3 hour parks. Is that my understanding for that?
That's correct.
Yeah. And that it seems from the report that through the chair, but Mark, that the Hotel Crown is okay with the parking arrangements for that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'm not going to support this motion because I feel that the way the designs of the car parking from Albert Place down past the Crown is actually losing a number of car parks, because we've got angle parking there, which is a number of good parks. I know about this open space, but I think parking is going to be a premium if we go to have a visitor centre there with the Wales Centre for X months or years or whatever happens. I think we should be provided enough, we should provide sufficient parking, and I think angle parking is the best way to go instead of parallel parking. And there's plenty of space there to actually do that. So I'm not supporting this motion because I think we're actually doing disservice to ourselves and our community by reducing the parking even further with that parallel parking. And I know it's in the original designs that it's gone through various things, but I think there's still opportunities to change.
Councillor Kemp, does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate? I'll put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Recommendation 4 is that Council endorse the Victor Harbour Visitor Centre as the name for the service comprising the amalgamation of the Visitor Information Centre and the South Australian Wales Centre services at Railway Goods Shed Building. Moved by Councillor Littley and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anyone want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor. I really object to this this recommendation. When we first started down this road a few months back, at that time we were recognising that visitor information centres in their classic form that's been run for the however many decades is fast disappearing. That people, the vast majority of the tourists that we attract to come into Victor Harbour will do their holiday or recreational planning on their phone where there's a significant event they want to attend or a service they want to undertake. And that the highlight of this should be that if we're keeping it, if we're spending a lot of money, another $500,000 on this $600,000, and that's just on the capital into this building, that it should be to enhance the Wales Centre services there. But you know, here we go. We tried to put an end to this business of spending money on a visitor information centre. We've got it, a rose by any other name would smell the same. We're doing it all over again, saying that, yeah, we're going to have visitor information centre, and what's more, we're going to subsume the South Australian Wales Centre underneath the visitor centre. I think we lost our minds on this stuff. It should not be primarily a Victor Harbour Visitor Centre. It's not in the right spot to be a Victor Harbour Visitor Centre. At least in the old position, it had parking around it. With this one, there's going to be none. To me, what we should be doing, if we're going to go down the path of keeping a whale centre, we should make it the sort of place that a South Australian whale centre. It's not the Victor Harbour Whale Centre. We have no competition in the state for this. That we focus on that. But here we are, for whatever reason, you know, turning this place into a visitor information centre and making the whale centre services, the environmental part of our efforts down here, to be playing second fiddle. And I think that it's a big mistake.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Littley?
I'll be closing debate. Yes?
Sorry, does it, Councillor Kemp? Sorry, Councillor Littley, I didn't, no, I'll come to you last. Councillor Kemp, you want to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. From my memory, this is the first time it's come to us about this naming rights. And I thought, you know, if you want to name something of this type of structure, this type of business, that you want to be innovative and stuff like that. And what comes to mind, you know, it would have been nice to take this to the primary school and ask kids, the children, to name what would you think be a great name for this centre, you know, and actually, you know, really get some vibrant name, something that, which, you know, from young children's innocence, do come up with some fantastic ideas and concepts, you know, which would have maybe really attracted people to go there. So I just think that, you know, we've missed a boat if we go to support this tonight. I think we should have looked at it a bit sooner and look at some type of process of including the community in coming up with a name with a short time frame of a survey, especially children. They love naming things.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. You may have missed the CASPAC meeting where we discussed the naming of the centre at some quite length. Councillor Henderson.
I just wanted to suggest an amendment to the name if fellow elected members feel we need to keep the identity of the Whale Centre too. And we could call it the Victor Harbour Visitor and Whale Centre.
Is there a seconder for the amendment that Councillor Henderson has? She said that she wanted to do sort of a variation or an amendment?
Whatever is appropriate. A variation.
A variation?
Variation to item 4, yes. Just the insertion of and whale. Victor Harbour Visitor and Whale Centre.
Councillor Littley and Schofield, if you're happy with that? No?
I wouldn't be happy with that because of the makeup of the length of the title is one thing. I was of the opinion that we had gone over this, and I understand that consultation had been taken previously. Am I able to speak in this time, or should I come back to me?
I'll come back and let you close the debate. Councillor Henderson, the mover and seconder are not happy with the variation. If you'd like to move an amendment, I can ask for a seconder for your amendment.
Yes, I'll move an amendment.
Right. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Henderson's amendment? If there's no seconder, then that will lapse. Sorry, Councillor Henderson, that's lapsed. Are there any more discussion? Otherwise, I'll ask Councillor Littley to close the debate. Councillor Littley, would you like to close the debate?
I will. I'm hearing what Councillor Robertson and Councillor Henderson said. I think we did go over this at CASPAC, talking about the name, and I understand that the naming came from the people heavily involved in that service, providing that visitor information service. And I will highlight the fact that this isn't the Victor Harbor Visitor Information Centre. This is the Victor Harbor Visitor Centre. Everything in the building and the design has gone into creating an experience. And I understand, yes, it is bringing in that whale centre experience as well, and the education, and it's a greater, there's more to the experience than going into this building. It's about coming down here to Victor Harbor and looking through. I perhaps would have liked to have seen the centre dropped and replaced with experience, the Victor Harbor visitor experience, because that's what you're getting when you're coming into this. It is an information and it's absorbing that sort of stuff. I don't believe that we would have got a better outcome that sat with all the people involved by going out to community consultation, because they had some ownership, and a big part of this name and driving was keeping that ownership amongst our volunteers and having that sort of thing as well. So I'm comfortable with Victor Harbor Visitor Centre. I'm comfortable that we've dropped the information part out of it, and that creates that concept of that experience when we get there. So I will support it as it is.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. No, we've closed the debate, Councillor Robertson. I'll now put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you.
Please, Mayor.
All those in favour? Councillor Mann? I'll just wait for Karina to catch up. Councillor Mann, Councillor Hales. Councillor Littley. Schofield. Against, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Kemp. That motion is carried. We now move to 10.3, the Arts and Culture Centre Community Engagement Plan. And the first recommendation is that Council receive and note the Community Engagement Plan report. And I'd just like to draw your attention to the memorandum from Graham Pathouse to the elected members that's dated Saturday, which is an alternative motion with a report discussing why he's putting that alternative motion there. Can I just make sure everybody has got that and has read that? Yep. Great. Thank you. So the recommendation is that Council receive and note the Community Engagement Plan report. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Schofield, seconded by Councillor Henderson. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much, unanimously. The second recommendation is that Council endorse the Arts and Culture Centre. The alternative recommendation is that Council proceed with the preparation of the detailed architectural design for the Arts and Culture Centre, inclusive of the Victor Cinema, in accordance with the 2021 Annual Business Plan and Budget provisions, and that the community consultation for the project as required under the resolution that was made be incorporated into the project brief for implementation and delivery by the successful architectural design consultant. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and seconded by Councillor Robertson. Do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Henderson?
Yes, I just want to say I think that is a very sensible recommendation, having read the information that goes with it in this memorandum.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson?
I have a comment, but I have I believe what's an important question to begin with. And that is, I would request that perhaps Director Padhouse, but not to the CEO, what is our game plan in relation to this centre? It's an extremely important facility. So, because actually I think we should be doing both. The existing endorsing the engagement plan, which I thought was a very good one. But also I see a lot of sense in what Director Padhouse has put here. But I'd like to know what is the game plan for this. So, for instance, taking the proposal from Director Padhouse, this alternative 2, that the council proceed with the preparation of detailed architectural design for the Arts and Culture Centre, which of course means both buildings. So how would we be going about that, and what would be the sort of timeframes in a broad sense for that to be happening? So how would we select the architects to be doing that job? Would it be expression of interest, a competitive bid, etc.? And then what sort of time frame are we looking at for this, whatever process you had in mind would be done?
Yeah, through the Mayor. So the game plan under this alternate proposal would be that we go through the process of engaging an architect or an architectural firm in accordance with our procurement requirements, our procurement policy. So that would be the calling of tenders essentially, based on the project brief, the design brief that would go with it. That still needs to be prepared, so that'll take a few weeks to prepare. So I would imagine that we'd be calling those and looking to appoint a firm by the end of the year to take us into next year. And one of the earlier components of that work would be to, based on the feasibility, it's probably best termed as a feasibility plan that was prepared earlier that did incorporate the Victor Cinema, to work up a concept that's then ready for public consultation. And I would anticipate that would occur, probably in around about February, perhaps March. And then off the back of that conversation and the information that's gleaned from it, to then finalise the architectural drawings into next year, by the end of with the target being the end of the financial year. So in terms of how the engagement plan would work, and pleased to hear that you're quite satisfied with the engagement plan, we'd expect that we'd roll the same type of plan that we had prepared into the brief for the architect to deliver as part of their work.
But my question to that is, how would we be going about? We're going to use the brief that was developed earlier on for the inclusion of the Victor Cinema as the guiding light for the development of both these sites, or have we got another approach to doing that?
Sorry, through the Mayor, it's the inclusion of the cinema, the old library, the town hall, and all the spaces in between into an amalgamated, integrated arts and culture centre.
One of the key elements of that L-shaped 2 buildings that we've now in possession of is that there's a lot of enormous amount of wasted space in there with nothing happening on it, that the in terms of development of those two buildings and the area and the land that is occupied by both is something that to me is, we have a previous experience that's pre-COVID in terms of what might happen to the particularly the cinema, but also the back end of the town hall area, and that those designs were pre-COVID. What I like about about your community engagement plan is that the topics covered in the community and consultation covered 3 areas. One was the building and something else, but the third one was the most important. That was the programming. So what was it that the people of Victor Harbor were thinking of in terms of what should go on in that whole complex in relation to, is it, you know, its capabilities and what they were hoping to get out of it? For instance, the Victor Cinema, I guess, will still be able to show movies, but beyond that, you know, what would people like to see going back in there, which would then feed into the issues of, well, what happens at the backstage part? Because to me, that's a critical part of involving what we do, what architects do, is if the back end of both of those buildings is covered in their design brief, and they get some understanding of what could be happening there.
Through the Mayor, I'll try to answer it as best I can, but I've got a little bit lost in the commentary around the question. I think in terms of ultimate goals for the centre, it's utilising it in a modern way for performance space, for exhibition space, for meeting space, for arts and cultural development space, and all of those things that go with that type of building. Now, if there's a design response to current circumstances around COVID-19 and the world we've perhaps shifted into and what that looks like for performance and cinema and those sorts of things, it's certainly something we could bind into a brief to the architect as well, in terms of one of the challenges that such a consultant may have to meet. But I'd also expect that we're probably jumping ahead of an element of the consultation where, you know, we'd certainly ask the community for some of those things as well. So I'd see that as occupying a critical space within the time frame for the project, so that consultation can happen, and that the edification can be received in that manner from the community going forward. So I don't have an exact answer for you though.
Is there any further discussion, Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. More of a question along the budget lines. Now we're changing the recommendation. That changes the budget. So where's the budget for the architectural designs? I know there is budget allocated, but I would have thought to make this more foolproof recommendation that we would have done the budget synopsis on it to know exactly how much we're going to be spending with the engagement plan, the consultation, and the architectural design, because that's missing out of this recommendation.
Sorry, through the Mayor, it's a fair question, and Kelly may like to weigh in as well. There is a budget, pardon me, a budget allocation for the capital side of the work within Council's capital budget of $100,000 for, it's the capital, isn't it? Yeah, for the design of or for the advanced architectural designs for the building. So that's one component of it. Consultation, there's also some consultation money within funds within Council's organisational sort of consultants budget as well, which was anticipated to be used, which is where the money or the budget that's referred to within the report itself was allocated.
to be fair, to make a decision on this new recommendation, you know, it's prudent, really, we should have an understanding of exactly how much we're recommending or voting to see how much we're expending. At the moment, I've got no idea of what the budget looks like now as to what we're going to be approving to expend on this recommendation.
Through the Mayor, I think Director Pat House has explained that we have $100,000 within the capital budget. That is our budget. And we also have funds within the operating budget within our consultancy for consultation, which is outlined in the report. So that is our budget. So we aren't seeking any further funds. We are doing it within the current budget.
Just amuse me, please, CEO. So what is our budget then for this recommendation and the expenditure?
Our budget is $100,000 for the detailed design.
Plus?
And if the component from the tender process, obviously we can't capitalise the consultation process, we would use the existing consultation budget to top that up from an operational side. Your question, you're asking me the budget, you're not asking me the exact cost. So we would go to tender, noting that we have a budget of 100,000. We would hope that they come back, the tenders come back within budget. If they weren't, then I would need to come back to this chamber to exceed that budget. But at this current time, I have 100,000 in the budget for capital detailed design works, and I have an operating budget already for any consultation that's required.
I suppose in a simplistic form then, if I say this recommendation, we have $121,500 available to do it.
Yes, combination
Great.
of both
That's what I was
operating
asking.
and
You know, what is
capital.
the budget?
I thought I'd answered that.
Well, I'm sorry, it's to simplify it, you know.
Thank you. You've got a question, Councillor Robertson?
Yes, I do.
Sorry, you seconded this motion, didn't you? Or you got a
Yeah.
question? Yep, that's right.
Can we do both? This, with the time frame that's proposed. In other words, the original this community engagement plan that's in attachment A. This was to highlight to the not only the community in Victor Harbor, but also critically the non-resident ratepayers, and also most importantly, I think, for the future of this location, getting involvement from various arts and culture groups from out of Adelaide. It will be surely a very key part of the offering that's coming out of the cinema. I think that an early feedback for the $15,000, or sorry, the $21,000, that would be money well spent on getting the local people revved up in terms of what's happening. It is happening. We're seeking your feedback. We would be getting a lot of feedback from a very wide range of people, and this would help feeding into the process. At the same time, you're busy with getting the building architectural detailed designs put out in place, and I think that we as a chamber would be better prepared for than the timeline we've got at present, where we forego the community engagement process until March or April, when detailed designs come in, and then people get the chance to comment on it at that stage. I think that to some extent we ought to pick up the lesson learnt from the feelings of the people, right or wrongly,
Yeah,
tonight.
I'll just ask the CEO to answer your question, Councillor Robertson, because I'm aware it is a question, not an ongoing debate.
In short, yes, you can do both. We actually feel from the administration that you've already undertaken a consultation process on the concepts that the council presented to the community back in 2018. And while council at that time you hadn't purchased the cinema, you now have, and there were some initial concepts that were done, and you didn't engage with the community during that purchase, but the reception from the community of purchasing and incorporating the cinema has been very warmly received. We've received nothing but positive feedback. We're also very conscious that the council expressed its desire to actually move ahead with this project. They feel the community has waited long enough. So we can go out for consultation on concepts, but we also feel that the community can sometimes get confused by what are concepts and those are what are the end detailed designs, because the concepts would then need to go out for a tender for a detailed design architect. The architect that does the concepts could very well be different to the architect that does the detailed design. We wanted to, or we felt to streamline and incorporate the two. You would consult with the community around what it's currently had feedback into, which is the town hall and the library in regards to those facilities, and incorporating the cinema. And then in the preparation of those detailed designs, we would probably need to go back out to the community again to make sure that we're on track and we've listened to them, incorporating a whole range of stakeholders and users in that consultation. It's what we incorporated into the scope with going out for tender, that we articulate exactly that we want a really comprehensive community engagement process with the final designs of this facility. We feel that getting onto it sooner rather than later would enable us to have something for council to consider for next year's budget or the years after in terms of potential funding or resourcing of that facility by council. Yes, you can do both. We felt streamlining it would actually utilise those resources of the community money more appropriately.
Are there any further questions or any other commentary? Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate? No? In that case, then I'll put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? The motion that's, yes, the motion that's up here. You'll see it. That's the motion that council proceed with the preparation of the detailed architecture design for the Arts and Culture Centre, inclusive of the Victor Cinema, in accordance with the annual business plan and budget provisions, and that the community consultation for the project as required under the council resolution be incorporated into the project brief for implementation and delivery by the successful architectural design consultant. Although that's defunct. This is the motion that has got a mover and a seconder. You seconded it. And now I'll just check.
Through the Mayor, so if you were to, the actual consultation plan is quite specific. The consultation plan can be presented to the architect to incorporate within their proposal back to council, but we don't want to be too descriptive because the architect may have some other great innovative ideas in regards to how it engages with the community. I think we need to articulate quite clearly our proposed methodology or plan of consulting with the community on this project. But this plan was specifically associated with just consulting on concepts, which would then need to go out for tender. So I'm assuming your intent is you want to make sure there is a comprehensive community engagement process involved. Absolutely, it will be. any design of any theatre or arts centre, you need to understand what it's being operated for. So the design needs to be designed around its operations. So it will be absolutely a very key part of the scope. Given you have a mover and a seconder, and I think the Mayor had just about put it to the vote, I would suggest that you foreshadow that you would move number 2 as 3 and to state that the Arts and Cultural Concept Plan, as it appears at attachment A, be referenced as part of the tender scope for this project.
I'd like to focus first of all, because we do have a motion on the floor that's been moved and seconded and debated and wrapped up, and I'd like to put that, and then Councillor Robertson, you may want to put a third motion in relation to that, which the CEO can help craft with you. So is everybody clear on the motion that is on the floor? Are all those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously, thank you. CEO May has some words for you, Councillor Robertson, in relation to a third motion that captures some of the issues that you were raising.
I'm sure the CEO could put it together very well.
While the CEO is doing that, I do need a show of hands to continue. Sorry, a motion to continue because it is 9:30. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Robertson, to continue. And do I have a seconder to continue? Councillor Littley. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried, thank you. Arts and Culture Centre Community Engagement. Okay, Councillor Robertson, are you happy with this wording? That the Art and Culture Centre Community Engagement Plan at attachment A be incorporated into the project brief?
Yes.
You're happy with that? Do I have a seconder for that? There's no seconder, that will lie on the table. It'll lapse rather. Councillor Kemp, just in time. So Councillor Kemp seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. 10.4, the renewal of the official town crier appointment. And I can do that recommendation on block. Councillor Schofield, happy to move that way. And seconded by Councillor Littley. Either of you want to speak to it? Councillor Littley?
I thought you'd put your hand up to speak to it first. I'll support this. I'm quite happy to, and I think our town crier does well, but I just didn't want to have this one ticked off and put through without adding some comment there with regards to things I've seen out in the community. Members of the community have spoken to me in the past at events, raising that some felt that the position of a town crier wasn't appropriate. I will say that more people say that they love it and they like it, but just to raise, there is an element of our community, and when I have people come to me and speak to me and say that they felt that it's inappropriate to have a town crier, and we have been talking about a lot of with our recognition of Narrandjeri, Ramanjeri people and things like that. So, and that's where that sentiment was coming from. So I thought that it's best to speak that out aloud now when we're coming up to these decisions. I think the benefits we get from having a town crier and the atmosphere might create is great, but there is an element of our community that doesn't think it's appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Schofield? Sorry, I should have asked you to speak first.
That's okay. No, I understand where some people come from. One of the things that I do find that the town crier, he was down there on Sundays, he's at pretty well every event, really pushing for Victor Harbour. But if you're down around the Causeway area when he's there, the amount of international and even local visitors that call him aside and want a photo taken. So it's a little bit different. He's colourful. He's very, very generous with his time. And I think some of the work that he does on an international basis as well is definitely supporting Victor Harbour. So I support the reappointment of Mr. Mike Willett as our town crier.
Thank you. Can I, with the Chamber's leave, can I ask a question? Thank you, Councillor Littley. I just want to know whether or not there's been any discussion with the Ramanjeri Authority or the Narrandjeri Authority in relation to how they feel about us having a town crier. Wonder whether or not that could be brought up and looked at perhaps the next time it comes for it to be revisited. Does anybody else have anything they want to say? In that case, I'll put the recommendations which are done on block to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. New Year's Eve events and fireworks 2020. I'll do the first two items, recommendation 1 and 2 together on block. That Council receive and note the fireworks report, and that due to COVID-19, Council cancel the 2020 New Year's Eve event with the exception of a midnight fireworks display. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and seconded, sorry, was that your hand, Councillor Robertson? Councillor Robertson, do either of you want to speak to that? Thank you.
Not sure about how to phrase this, but could we have a different wording in this item 2? Council cancel the 2020 New Year's Eve event. And I'm thinking, what is the New Year's Eve event? Well, it's certainly fireworks. What else is it? And because I think we should, this day and age, is not put out words like we're going to cancel it and then say, but oh, yeah, by the way, we're going to do some other things that if there's a way of wording it so that it says that the council approves the midnight fireworks display. But I'm not sure what else was supposed to be on apart from the kids' fireworks at 9:30 and but I think that, is there anything else on New Year's Eve event that goes on apart from the fireworks?
Yeah, there's quite a significant amount that happens on Wallen Reserve. There's usually a staged area, there's entertainment, there's food vans, there's roaming entertainment, all on Wallen Reserve. It's fenced off, so there's quite a number of different activities that occur on Wallen Reserve from the early evening. A majority of that is children's entertainment up until 9:45, and then there's usually adult bands on until the evening fireworks.
Okay.
We also have a number of road closures around the area at that time.
Yep. Councillor Littley?
Yeah, I have a question. Is in regards to road closures, and I guess we're having a fireworks display at midnight, and general businesses are operating as such under particularly with their COVID plans and safe management. What measures have we put in place to keep the public safe in that space already? And I'm talking road closures, and also to cater for them. Is there scope for our community groups, our Lions clubs and that, to run under their own COVID safe management? We don't know how it looks at this stage, but to supply that additional sort of catering and safety aspect, because I imagine we're still going to get a lot of people move into that space if we're having fireworks at midnight.
Through the Mayor, well, that's the idea of not having any events, and to get the SAPOL support, we can't be seen to be having events when we're not having events. Every event requires to have a COVID safe plan, and if you're over a certain number, then it's a COVID management plan. That's what we do not want to do. So working with SAPOL, and I believe Adelaide City Council has done something very similar. They're not having events, but a lot of it will be around the messaging and marketing of, we will be doing the fireworks, but keeping social distancing, safely find a position, maybe in your own home. There will be no events, just trying to get spreading people around, knowing there are vantage points all over the city that you could see the works from. It doesn't need to be down on Wallen Reserve. So we do not want to encourage gatherings as in events, sorry, not encourage gatherings, but of other service clubs as well, because they will have to do COVID safe plans.
Thank you. Any other questions or commentary? Councillor Schofield?
Look, I understand where everybody's coming from, but I think at times it's a little bit confusing. I wonder whether it is worth us spending this money at midnight when we've got nothing to lead up to it. So there won't be anybody around sitting down on the lawns with nothing to do, waiting for the fireworks at midnight. Then I have a look at how many people did we have at the football match just recently. We've just had an Ocean Street market where thousands of people walked up and down within 6-7 inches of each other. So I look at some of the things that are happening around Christmas time, a lot of things that we're pulling out from, and I know that we do have a duty of care and we have to. But the other part of it, I look at, where's our community and everything that's happening, the people that don't have jobs, what are we doing to lift their spirits and keep them mentally healthy, so to speak. So it is a very confusing and a very difficult time in which we live in, but I feel that some of the things we are doing don't really complement the other. And so, my question would be, if there is nothing leading up to this, we're not going to have those hundreds of people sitting around on the lawns. So should we be spending the money at midnight shouldn't we do something at 9 o'clock when it includes the younger people?
Is there any further commentary? Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate? No. I'll put the those first two recommendations to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Recommendation 3 is that Council redirect any savings identified as a result of the cancellation of the 2020 New Year's Eve event to support alternative event-related activation opportunities in 2021. Do I have someone to move that? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. And seconding that? Councillor Henderson, do either of you want to speak to it? Does anyone want to speak to it?
I'd actually like to move a variation.
Yep.
And it's in line with what Councillor Schofield's just raised with regards to the timing of the fireworks being at an earlier time in the night. I tend to agree that we don't necessarily need to hold out until midnight in the worst year in modern times to have that celebration or that put on that show. Does it make a difference if we've done our fireworks at 9 o'clock at night and our younger people have had the opportunity, and I'm talking the very young people, to witness them from their own home? So my variation to this would be redirect the savings, or to include something that we actually change the timing of the fireworks display.
We've already passed that second motion, Councillor Littley, that cancels the event with the exception of a midnight fireworks display. So I'm not sure how you can vary that third motion. It's a bit tenuous in terms of the variation.
I don't want to bring it back a couple of hours.
The third motion relates to redirecting savings as a result of the
okay, I'll take that on. I would have thought that we would have had savings from bringing it back anyway. No, I'll leave it then. That's okay.
There any further commentary on this third motion? Councillor Mann?
Just on that, maybe would that be looking at having both fireworks displays, an earlier one and a later one?
That, I mean, once again, the recommendation 2, which is passed, was talking about cancelling the event with the exception of a later one. So recommendation 3 is around redirecting any savings that are a result of that cancellation. Councillor Kemp.
Thanks, Mayor Jenkins. I'm not supporting this third motion as it's stated, due to the fact it's about $13,000 roughly, and just to give carte blanche to the administration to spend it on anything they want later on, whether it's a great activity or not. It doesn't need to come back to the chamber. They have authority to use that money how they see fit, and considering our deficit, every little bit counts to become a savings, and I would like to see that money left in the budget, and if it needs to be spent on something, then let the chamber decide, and if not, then it comes off the deficit. So that's why I won't support it.
Councillor Kemp. Any further commentary? Councillor Robertson, you'd be closing debate if you...
No, just in case we rush on, I would like to have an item 4, a recommendation 4.
All right, you're foreseeing a fourth motion, that's fine. Any further debate on motion 3? Councillor Robertson, did you want to close debate on that motion? On the third motion, not your fourth one, but this one that we're talking about?
Yeah. And thank you, Mayor. I mean, it's I can tell there's a lot of different points of view about what should happen to the night and the money. it's unresolved. To me, I just support what's there.
I now put that third recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Now you foreshadowed a fourth recommendation, Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor. It's pretty simple. I would like to see that if it's not already done so, administration will know this, but I would like to see Granite Island closed to the public from 4 p.m. on the 31st of December to 6 a.m. on the 1st of January.
My understanding, Councillor Robertson, is because the fireworks come off the causeway, that causeway is closed during that time.
That's what I said, and if it's not already done. So is it closed for the public?
It is closed to the public during the setup of the fireworks and during the fireworks and for clean-up. I'm not sure of the exact time, but we obviously need to seek permission from DIT and also notifying due of when that occurs. But it's really for the installation of the fireworks, but I don't know what the exact times of those are. If you're wanting to close it for an extended period of time, you actually need to seek permission from DIT and due as to what reasons. We seek it for the installation and the letting off of fireworks.
And that I understood, my purpose of this is to make sure that there's no one fooling around on Granite Island at midnight for the penguins. It's not the fireworks, but and I leave it out as a motion if that's already basically going to happen.
Well, we would close it for the purposes of the fireworks. We can't close it for to stop anyone from going over to the island. That is a due responsibility. You can seek permit. You know, you express a desire for it to be closed for those reasons. We seek permission for the fireworks purposes.
But if the time frames are covered, then that's good. Doesn't matter what the reason is.
Mark, do you know the time frames?
Through the Mayor, it's been a few years, but I think at 6 o'clock we seek permission from DIT or DIT now to close the causeway. As a part of the course of the event, we actually send our security guards across to the island, actually clear off the fishermen and anyone that's left on the island once that gate's closed across.
Then it reopens at 6 o'clock or some other time on the 1st of January.
Through the Mayor, I can't recall. Once the fireworks are complete, MFS come across, do a check of the causeway in terms of cinders and everything. I think it may be midnight, after midnight, 2 o'clock. I'm not quite sure, but.
Councillor Schofield, you've got a question?
Yeah, my question is, how does a cafe survive? You know, if they're planning to have an event on New Year's Eve, can we, and they comply by the hours, can we suggest that we close the causeway and cut off somebody's income?
Yeah. We are still in meeting procedures. So did you, Councillor Robertson, want to put a motion? Foreshadowed that. I don't know if the discussion that we've had has answered your questions. Yep, sure. All right, so we'll move on to item 11.1, corporate and customer services. And the recommendation I'll do on block, that council receive and note the certification of the 2019-2020 annual financial statements report, and that council authorise the Mayor and the Chief Executive Officer to certify the 1920 annual financial statements in their final form and sign the certification statement. Moved by Councillor Schofield, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Robertson, thank you. Either of you want to speak to that? Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. We've done item 12 and 12.1 around the Harbourview Terrace. So we now move to 12.2, which is a request for funding from the Victor Harbour RSL and Football Club Management Board around the storage shed floor. The recommendation, I can do them both together, but someone would like to move them on block. Councillor Littley, moving on block, thank you. And do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Do either of you want to speak to that, to either of those recommendations? Councillor Littley?
Yeah, I just had a question. I was looking at the letter. I see that the Ruse Club or the Victor Harbour RSL and Football Club they purchased this storage shed themselves. That was their purchase, so they've put money towards that, and also with the ride-on lawnmower, that was their purchase. So this is supporting and following on from their own investment to, I guess, value add to it. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Robertson, you wanted to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of shocked that we put the football club through this process. They wrote to us earlier on, and I guess we said yes. The 27th of July 2020 letter from the club. What was the reply from council? I suppose it was, okay, we're going to try and get you the money under the small grants program, and then that fell on a heap. Basically, getting straight to the chase. I mean, this is an amazing deal. Why we just didn't latch onto it and say done. You know, over a 10-year period, this is this deal where we provide $2,200 to put a concrete slab on the floor. They're going to provide a $31,000 benefit to Victor Harbour Council's bottom line. I mean, to me, this is the kind of approach to management of facilities we should be encouraging everywhere. Like if the club or organisation that's leasing stuff from us can say, righto, we'll take care of the maintenance of one or operations in one respect or another, and it's accepted that we can let them do that, then why don't we use that approach rather than having everyone coming begging to us for grant handouts? To me, it's just, it's amazing why it's even come here to the council. To me, it's just one of those things that we jump onto and say, let's develop this this kind of approach, you know, totally.
Onto that.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify, we have a fantastic working relationship with both of the clubs. I work very closely with the Victor Harbour Football Club with most of their projects, and I can't just split a deal. I'm responsible for public money, and council has procedures in place. I only have delegation to allocate up to $500 in a donation. So you have the responsibility as a chamber to allocate public money. So I don't think we put them through any hardship. We followed the correct process and policy of this council, who is very supportive of its clubs.
If I might say, CEO, I totally agree with you. But in relation to this arrangement that's come forward, on the 27th of July, we got this letter, which is printed at the back here, which says, you know, we'd like to get the floor done, and in return, we'll do the mowing, which will result in an annual saving of 150% more than the cost of the concrete floor. And they're going to do it ad infinitum, just on the basis of 10 years. That's $31,000 saving. I mean, to
There's no
me,
disputing that, Councillor Robertson, but what you need to understand is the club has actually sought a number of grants and funding from council, and council was very clear in regards to when it got to a bit of a limit in regards to the contributions it was making. But we also need to be fair and reasonable to all the other clubs who also do just as much good work and contributions, not so much on the same scale, but you have policies and procedures in place in regards to your grants program. So we would require this club, as we would any other club, to follow that same process. Yes, that was changed due to various circumstances, and we kept them informed of that. And this report to council was the next step.
Karen Rotoczynski's got something to add that might assist you, Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, it's probably also worth just adding that the reason for the delay might also have been because of the development approval, which was only granted on the 26th of August, and then the licence that was only endorsed at the September council meeting. So there were a few formalities that needed to be put in place aside from the policy and delegations aspects that Victoria mentioned, that may have contributed to that delay in time from their initial letter in July till now.
Thank you, Karen. Does anybody else want to speak to the recommendations? Councillor Littley?
Yeah, look, notwithstanding that it's our policy to go through this process and that, I also see that there's great value in having the clubs go through a process like that, grant applications and work for, be it $2,200 or things like that. We have clubs right throughout this district, right throughout our council district, who work very hard with sausage sizzles and going up doing your Bunnings barbecues and that. Just ticking a box again and handing over. Like, that's why I asked the question about what has the club put forward, you know, getting that clarification that they did actually purchase that shed, because they would have, their volunteers and their club would have worked hard to raise that money to buy a $2,000 shed, and then we're chipping in with it as well. So I see it as it's more important than just getting the job done. It's about how we get there and how these clubs step up to the plate. It helps them to bring volunteers in if they want more facilities and they want to work for the community, improve their facilities, and we're all benefactors of that. I agree, but it gets people up and motivated and moving.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. I'll put the motion to the floor now. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 13.1, the recommendation is that Council receive and note the minutes of the Fleurieu Regional Community Services Advisory Committee meeting on the 13th of October. Moved by Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Schofield. Do either of you want to speak about that? Does anybody have any questions or want to speak about the minutes? Councillor Robertson?
No, there has been no response yet. The completed item is that we wrote the letter. We're still waiting for a response.
Any further commentary or questions in relation to those minutes? Not, I'll put it to the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. 13.2 is the City Activation and Strategic Planning Advisory Committee minutes. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the minutes. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Hales, seconded by Councillor Mann. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. The second recommendation is that council pursue an arrangement with the Campervan and Motorhome Club of Australia for provision of a site or sites that would support the establishment of a Campervan and Motorhome Club of Australia recreational vehicle park, with investigation of opportunities for short-term options to attract free or low-cost recreational vehicle facilities to commence immediately. Moved by councillor Littley and seconded by councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Littley?
I'll be very brief because we discussed it in our CASPAC meeting, and as I said, I hope that my fellow councillors read my detail on why I've put this forward. This is the immediate investigation, and I'm thankful that the staff have put an additional recommendation that we'll get to in a second. But I think that the opportunity is right with us at the moment. We continue to see our town swell to capacity and we will as we go forward into summer, with our caravan parks full and our accommodation venues full. And I think we have an opportunity to put ourselves fair and square on the map for those RV travellers.
Absolutely. Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp?
Yes, I spoke against this at the CASPAC meeting on the grounds that we are limiting who can use this site because there's 690,000 RV registered users throughout Australia. This camper, van and motorhome club only has about 39,000 members. And if we present something like this up just for them only, that excludes majority of the RVs we want to come to this town. So the word will get around that, you know, don't go to Victor Harbour because you only have to be a member of the motorhome club or you won't get into the free camping sites for 1 or 2 nights. So that's how it's worded in this recommendation, and I think it is a risk the way it's worded, and I support having an RV site but open for anybody, and there's a limit on how many we can have, but not just limited to one club and only them only, and this is what this recommendation states, so I'm not supporting it.
Yeah. Councillor Kemp, I'll just perhaps ask Graham Pathouse to confirm. I'm not sure that this recommendation limits RV vehicles to only those that belong to the motorhome club. My understanding from discussions with the motorhome club over the last few years when we've been talking about this is that they have funds that can help the establishment of recreational vehicle parks, but once those parks are established, they are open to recreational vehicles, so they're not limited just to those vehicles that belong to the motorhome park. But I will ask Graham Pathouse if he can just confirm that.
Yeah, through the Mayor, I'm not entirely sure of all the details, but I do know that the more recent discussions with the club are around their preference to for them to secure a site or sites that they can establish their parks on. Now, whether or not that precludes, you know, other or non-members, I'm not too sure. They may well have a members rate and a non-members rate and things like that. So I'm really not sure of their operational model, but certainly there's been a shift in their thinking in more recent years, and they are looking more to secure sites so they can operate them themselves.
Mayor Jenkins, just a clarification, please. In the paperwork that was provided at CASPAC meeting, they do provide for non-members, but very limited, and that's only because there's vacancies for them. Okay. So again, this is designed for their club only, and it's not what I believe we should be doing as an RV-friendly town.
Does anybody else want to speak to this motion? Councillor Littley, do you want to close the debate? No. I'll put this motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. The third recommendation is that council allocate $5,000 of budget expenditure to support the immediate investigation of short-term options to attract free or low-cost recreational vehicle facilities. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Littley, thank you.
Am I able to expand on that
Or-
slightly? Just make a variation, low-cost recreational vehicle facilities. I know it says immediate investigation, but I'd like to see it go that step further for implementation by a set date. So I see that our opportunity is in the now. So of course we need to investigate the right options, but I'd like it to be back before council with the results of that investigation, so we can make a decision there at our next meeting, because time will tick past fairly quickly.
I'll just confer with the CEO to see how that's possible.
Absolutely, you can add to the motion because it is just an example when you're moving it, so you can word it accordingly. It's just in regards to the actual implementation of, I think we're obviously not going to know that until we've done the investigation.
Can I ask for a report to be back at the next council meeting?
I won't be able to engage, do this works and get a report back to you by November.
December's perhaps, sorry, through the mayor, December's perhaps doable. Certainly November's a stretch. You know, we'd have to have it ready in 2 weeks' time, basically, to get it into the agenda in time. It's a fair bit of work to try to get through and to get our head around. And
can it then say low-cost recreational vehicle facilities with a preliminary report made available in December for December's meeting? So I understand that the pressure's on, but if we can just keep it bubbling over.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Schofield? Would you like to speak to that? Does anybody else want to speak to that? I'll put that to the floor then. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. The subsidiaries and represent... Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Ah, I've got a few to go. Item 4, that council endorse the naming of the broader public space area within Railway Terrace as Railway Plaza. Moved by Councillor Henderson. And seconded by Councillor Hales. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. And the number 5, council approve a plaque to be placed in the Railway Terrace precinct in commemoration of the work Scott Schubert achieved as mayor. Moved to Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Schofield. Do either of you want to speak to that? No, thank you. No. With the approval of council, I might speak in relation to that. That's something that I brought up in Casback that a couple of the previous mayors have contacted me about, and the work also that that Scott Schubert achieved as mayor in his designing of the redevelopment of the city centre, which included that railway precinct. I think was very visionary, and his work is now being carried out at that point and at that place. And so one of the ways that we are able to commemorate the work that he does is to have a plaque placed in the Railway Terrace precinct. So that is one thing. So does anybody else want to speak to that motion? Councillor Hales?
Yeah, a question, if I may, just in relation to that one. Have the former mayors / ourselves spoken with Scott's family in relation to this matter? Just checking with them if they feel it's appropriate and the like. I had the great privilege of knowing Scott quite well, and think it's a wonderful thing, but I would just hate for us to do this if they weren't supportive of it.
I'm not aware that we have spoken to his family. Certainly the former mayors have brought it up, and I've spoken to a number of people in town who have known him, who have said that they thought that it would be appropriate. What we can do if it's something that you think is appropriate, is do a variation to the motion, with something at the end of the motion saying if approved by his family, or if is following consultation with his family. So with Councillor Hales and Councillor Henderson both agreeing to that, we can vary that motion.
Yes, I'm very happy with
Happy for
that.
that? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Hales. I think that's a really important point. Is there any further discussion on that? If not, I will put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We now move on to the public art policy, and the motion is that Council endorse the public art policy as presented in attachment B to the agenda report. I have someone to move that way. Thank you, Councillor Mann. And a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Number 7, that Council lodge a funding application through the Building Better Regions program, which is the federal government, and Places for People, which is the state government, to support the construction costs for Main Street stages 4 and 5, and that Council commit to proceeding with construction subject to the successful grant application being achieved. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Mann?
Mayor Jenkins, I'd like to declare a material conflict of interest due to my grandparents owning a premises within stage 4 of the development and us being a remote lineal ancestor under section 4 of the Local Government Act, and I'll leave the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Do I have a mover for that? Thank you, Councillor Hales. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Braindead Henderson. You can tell it's getting late at night. Do either of you want to speak to it? No, does anybody want to speak to this? Not, I will put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Sorry? No, go to the next item. Um, 14, the subsidiaries and representative reports, and I just note that the Inman River Catchment Group is still down here. That group has disbanded as we talked about previously. The recommendation is that Council receive and note the reports for October. Thank you, Councillor Littley and Councillor Schofield. Do either of you want to speak to any of the reports? Does anybody want to speak to the reports or have questions? Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor. I refer on page 226.
214.
Sorry, to page 226.
Oh, sorry.
The item I wish to, at the top of the page there, it talks about a fungal disease killing Norfolk Island pines in Perth beaches, and it also notes that the same disease has been found in New South Wales, I think. we've had some pines that have been looked as though they've got some sort of fungal disease. I just wondered, my question was, do we have the fungal disease? And as was noted here, do we have a management plan in place for this fungal disease for our pines?
I can take that question on notice, Councillor Littley, and get back to you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Robertson. What's happening to me tonight? Councillor Robertson, and get back to you. I'm not sure. I know that the pine on Granite Island that died had reached its end of life, also with white ants as well, and that was replaced. But I haven't heard anything about any fungal diseases, but we can certainly ask our environmental officer about that at the Environment Centre. Seiji? Seiji will know. Are there any other comments in relation? Yes, Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I just thought I would provide an update from the Victor Harbour Arta 7 school from their last Governing Council meeting, in that the school is in the process of changing its name. With Year 7 moving to high school, it would no longer make sense for it to be called Victor Harbour Arta 7 school. So they're in the process of changing to Victor Harbour Primary School.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. Any other comments or questions in relation to the representative reports? If not, I'll put the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Licence request, Victor Harbour Horse Tram Authority. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the Horse Tram Authority request for licence report. Someone would like to move that way. Thank you, Councillor Schofield. And a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Littley. Do either of you want to speak to receiving and noting the report? Does anybody want to speak to the report? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second recommendation is that Council endorse the request by the Victor Harbour Horse Tram Authority for the use of the land identified as allotments 23 and 580 Canton Place, Victor Harbour, for the purposes of the operations of the horse tram. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Littley. Do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Littley? Does anybody want to speak to it or have any questions? Councillor Kemp?
Thanks, Mayor Jenkins. I'm not supporting this motion on the grounds and the reasons that when we went down the pathway of discussions in purchasing this land, it was discussed that we would have a good debate on how we want to use this land. It wasn't earmarked for the horse tram at that time. It was really about what do we want to use it for. And a few ideas came up, but there was no actual discussion. So I think this is premature to give this to the horse tram without a proper debate within a workshop on what we really want to use that land for. There could be multiple issues that we could come up with, or ideas or concepts which will be more beneficial, which means that because the horse tram is asking for the whole lot. And I'm not quite sure we've had that debate around whether they should have the whole lot or some of it, considering what they got across the road at the other allotment. So that's why I'm not supporting it, because we haven't had that debate on the grounds while we purchased it in the first place.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Is there any further commentary? Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Kemp. I think we need a thorough discussion about this land and the purposes for which it could be used. And I think we need to have that discussion first.
Councillor Henderson, is there any further commentary? Councillor Schofield, do you want to close the debate?
Yes, I will. For the last 5 years, various elected members have actually spoken on additional land required for the horse tram. I think the presentation that the board gave was quite good and should have answered a lot of the questions and the reasons why we require the land. The Gillespie land has really helped keep our horses in good health during the winter season. The land that we have currently at this time of the year is waterlogged and cannot be used for our horses if we're going to ensure that they're in good health. The requirements, and we've looked at the requirements for the horses. We are currently not providing adequate land for the amount of horses that we're carrying. The fact that this council is requesting that the Horse Tram Authority increases its income, runs more trams, means that we have to have a really good supply of healthy horses to be able to meet the demands of this chamber. For the last several years, yes, there's been some other talks about cemeteries, camping grounds, and I think that while those conversations are going to be on the table for a while, and if it's taken us, 6 years to get where we are now, will it be another 6 years before the chamber actually decides what that land's going to be used for? And by that stage, your horses aren't going to be, unless you can find further land afield, their health requirements will not suit the job that they are to do. So I'm asking the members of this chamber to think and consider that since the authority's been in place, our horses have been in excellent condition. There's been no, at this stage, complaints by the public, which we've had in the past. And there is no reason, if this land is actually requested to the authority, that if there is portions wanting to be used for other things, that negotiations couldn't take place. I'm just asking to action this and come up with a definite in your reply tonight, as the authority has been waiting for this reply for some time and needs to move forward to meet all the requests and demands of this chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. I'll now put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you.
Call a division. Thank you.
All those in favour? Councillor Mann? Hales? Councillor Littley? Schofield? Those against? Councillor Kemp? Councillor Robertson? It's carried. We move on to recommendation 3, that council endorse the continued use of portions of section 696 Canton Place, Victor Harbour, by the Victor Harbour Horse Tram Authority for the purpose of the operation of the horse tram, with a review of this arrangement following the completion of the stables on lot 23 580. So, that way, Councillor Littley, thank you. seconded by councillor Robertson. Do either of you want to speak about that? Councillor Littley first.
Yeah, I'm supporting this, and I hope that my colleagues will support it as well. It's no secret that I back in our Horse Tram Authority and the operation of the tram, and I see it as a very integral part of our community and our attraction to this town, and it's only going to get more so as we develop, or as the new causeway is developed. Making provision for the health and well-being and the good care of our horses, and building up that stock is absolutely important for the efficient operation of the tram. So we are asking, and we expect, and we should expect good work from our Horse Tram Authority and the operations, and we should expect good returns. There's no question to that, and I think that this, in addition to the last motion that was carried, this just sets it up so our Horse Tram Authority can get on with that job and meet the expectations that we have of them.
Thank you, councillor Littley. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think there's any question that the council is going to deny the Horse-Drawn Tram Authority or its management adequate grazing for the horses, or adequate exercise space for that matter. And so on this one here, I take it here that this is an interim arrangement, section 696, or that's a huge area of land, but just the area that they presently occupy would only be, they would only need this for until the completion of stables wherever they're going to be. So to me, it's just an interim arrangement. There's no denying of any grazing area for the animals, or any cutting back on their feed or anything like that. So I see this as a temporary arrangement until the stables are built, and then I won't be supporting it after that.
Thank you, councillor Robertson. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. The fourth recommendation is that council endorse the City of Victor Harbor to enter into a 5-year licence agreement subject to the above, and a nil licence fee with the Victor Harbor Horse Tram Authority for the use of the land and buildings associated with the operations and management of the Victor Harbor Horse Tram, and that the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer be authorised to sign and seal the licence on behalf of the City of Victor Harbor. Councillor Schofield moving that way. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Schofield.
Thank you. I'm just asking the elected members to support this recommendation. It is the way that we can, or the Horse Tram Authority can move forward and deliver all the requests required by the Chamber.
Councillor Henderson. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, just a question, if I might. I'm not quite sure on what it actually means, some of this this language here. Into a 5-year, this is a license agreement, it's not a lease. It's a license agreement with a nil license fee. The use of the land and buildings. So these are the ones, not just the land, but the tram barn, the tram terminus, the stables and office, stables, the land and the stables and the office and tram terminus, tram barns down at the causeway. These are on defined pieces of land, or we just giving them the licence to use the buildings as such immediate land on which the buildings occupy.
Through the Mayor, so in terms of the land and buildings, we're talking about the properties out at Canton Place as in use of that land. And the buildings themselves are actually on, most of them are on Crown land anyway, so it's giving them the use, the exclusive use of those buildings for the purposes of operating the tram. There will be a separate service level agreement that will come to council that will set up what council will actually provide within those areas, as well as essentially a higher charge that will form part of that service level agreement. But for the purposes of the lease, it was cleaner to keep it with a nil cost. Sorry, a licence.
The licence, yeah.
Yep.
Just briefly, what would be the difference between a lease and a licence for these facilities of councils?
It has to do with ownership. It has to do with exclusive use and who has the right to the asset. So there's a number of different criteria that the property team work through in terms of working out whether it should be a lease or a licence. There's also some stricter guidelines around leases and the timing of that they can be for and those type of things. So the property team would have gone through the criteria and worked out that a licence was the most fitting in this situation.
Are there any further questions or commentary in relation to that recommendation? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? Carried, thank you. All those in favour? Councillor Mann. Councillor Littley. Councillor Schofield. Councillor Henderson. Next is Councillor Kemp. Councillor Robertson. Now move on to item 14.3, the Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre Authority Annual Report Request for Extension. And I'll do that recommendation en bloc, recommendation 1 and 2. That council receive and note the annual report request for extension report, and that council extend the due date for the provision of the Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre Authority Annual Report to the 5th of November 2020. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Robertson? And seconding that, Councillor Kemp? Would either of you like to speak to that? Councillor Kemp?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. This recommendation is a bit of a surprise to me, even though I sit on the board. And I guess there's reasons for that, and I'm quite surprised, considering that in September the board approved the financial statements, the board approved the auditor's completion report, and the actual annual report was just about finished. So I don't know why. I've requested an explanation through the new executive officer as to why she's requested an extension. I can't provide an answer to that, so it's very embarrassing. But there is a problem, and I'm very surprised that the councils, as the parent company, you know, I've been there 2 years, I'm the longest serving member, and I've had 4 executive officers, 3 chairs, and 3 board members come and go. So I would have thought, and also the councils, both councils put through a Newbury report recommendation to find efficiencies within their board structure, and again they haven't done any response back, and I'm surprised that the council, this chamber, has not requested explanation from the board as to what's going on in 2 years, what's transpired, and things like that. So I think we as a council, irrespective of what subsidiary we look after and what we're involved in, I think we need to be a parent, and we need to make these subsidiaries more accountable and the boards more functional to ensure they carry out what we have put there for them to do. If not, then get rid of the boards and look at some other model of managing those subsidiaries or those assets. So I would like to see in the future that if the performance of the boards on these subsidiaries are not actually performing to how we believe they should be, then we should, as a parent body, make some statements or get explanations, or get the chair of the an executive officer in here and ask questions, because that's what our role is, to ensure they are being efficient and not being a burden on council and council ratepayers' expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you. You're absolutely right, Councillor Kemp. And I think as the council representative on the board, if there are any problems there, then it would be worthwhile bringing that attention to the council, perhaps when we look at the representative reports and the reports from the board, because that turnover that you described isn't a sign of a healthy board. And it would be interesting to look at why. So perhaps if there are any concerns, if you bring them to council, we may be able to write in and ask what some of the issues are. But so thank you for that.
Look, just a clarification, please, Mayor Jenkins. I mean, me to come running to the council with issues, I don't think that's appropriate. I think it's the council to need to ask the questions on the performance through the reports they receive. Because I have to be on the board and represent the board as also the elected member. So I've got to be careful about my position and where I sit in there, because I've got to support them as well. But I'm just giving you an open explanation as to why this has come through when considering that. I've given you a bit of an overview of the functionality, which all the information has been provided through this chamber on the functions of the board, with the recommendations and endorsements of executive officers and positions and notifications of what's been happening. So the reports have been coming through, just that we haven't been taking notice of them. But anyway, just a clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to make any comment or ask any questions? Councillor Robertson?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Mayor, in relation what the other elected members think in relation to what's just been said. Should there be a recommendation 3 here as well, to say that something along the lines that the council is giving this extension, but it's just expressing its disappointment?
You can foreshadow another recommendation, but we'll just deal with these two at the moment. And when we've finished, I'll come back to you in relation to a possible third one, Councillor Robertson. Is there any further commentary or questions in relation to that recommendation? In that case, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? Sorry, all those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And you foreshadowed a third motion, Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor. Given what Councillor Kemp has said, and he's quite right, we're in catch-up mode. So why don't we get started? And he's quite right in what he says and what you said as well. Maybe we just sort of put in here something. I'm sure the CEO would have some words for this, that whilst noting the extension of the annual report, that council expresses disappointment that it has to do this, or something to that effect, just to get the ball rolling.
Just wait for the CEO to put some words together for you.
Just a clarification, would we need Alexandrina Council to provide the same type of motion so something will go to the board?
Apologies, councillor Kemp, I missed the first part of your question.
I'm just wondering whether Alexandrina Council requires to do a similar motion to, so it's because both councils manage it.
In regards to the extension, yes, and I believe that same request has been made, but in terms of you giving them feedback, it doesn't need to be a concurrent recommendation of the constituent councils. You as a council of your own can give feedback, not a direction, but feedback.
Are you happy with that motion as it goes, as it is on the board, councillor Robertson? The council note the extension provided for the annual report from Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre Authority and express disappointment in having to provide the extension. Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Kemp. Do either of you want to speak about that? Does anyone want to speak on that? Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I guess absolutely it's unideal that our authorities are requesting extensions, but within the letter provided to us, the new executive officer clearly states that they're requiring this extension because that executive officer position has remained open for such a long time. And so I guess the question would be back at the board more specifically, not the executive officer, as to why that level of turnover is there. It's not the authority itself that my question would be aimed at, it would be at the board members and why this environment has been created where there is this turnover. And that's not an answer that the new executive officer is going to be able to provide any day because she's only just walked in the door. And so I don't think there's any real point to the motion that's been put in front of us in relation to this matter. I think it would be good to hear from Councillor Kemp some more in regards to the nature of the relationships going on there and how they're relating with one another. But now is not the time for that, I would say. And neither is it the time for this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Is there any further commentary? I'll put the motion to the floor then. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is lost. Thank you. We move now on to item 15, the member reports, and the first recommendation is receiving and noting the mayoral report. Thank you, Councillor Mann, and Councillor Schofield seconding that. Does anyone have any questions in relation to the mayoral report or commentary? Not, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour of receiving and noting it? Thank you. That's passed unanimously, carried unanimously. There are no elected member reports for October, and there are no matters of urgency. 17, questions on notice, and there is a question on notice regarding the hydraulic survey mapping of Crozier Hill Estate by Councillor Kemp, and you've received the answers to that, to your questions, Councillor Kemp. There are no questions without notice. There are no motions. Oh, I beg your pardon. Are there any questions without notice? There's nothing in front of me. Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. If it was in front of you, it would be on notice.
It would indeed.
I have a question. It comes from a resident in relation to the bluff and the condition of walking trails on it. My question would be, and I'll provide it to Karina afterwards, where do the walking trails on the bluff sit within our asset management plans, and when was the last time the condition of these assets were assessed? Yeah, this elderly resident likes walking the bluff weekly, but there has been issues in relation to the manner of the trail, and having been up there recently, I couldn't agree more. So
yeah, no, I very much concur with her, and I actually got a couple of emails from her tonight during the meeting just to make sure that we are able to address some of her concerns. So thank you. I will take them on notice so that we can answer them in full. Are there any other questions without notice? There are no motions on notice. Any motions without notice? We now move on to confidential items. First one is the commercial tenancy agreements relating Cinema. And the recommendation is that pursuant to section 92 of the Local Government Act, the council orders that all members of the public, except the Chief Executive Officer, Director of Environment and Infrastructure, Director of Community and Development, Director of Corporate and Customer Services and Executive Assistant be excluded from attendance at the meeting for this agenda item. The council is satisfied that pursuant to section 3B of the Act, the information to be received, discussed or considered in relation to the agenda item is information the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to confer a commercial advantage on a person with whom the council is conducting or proposing to conduct business, or would prejudice the commercial position of council, in that the council is currently engaged in a lease agreement for the tenancies of Victor Cinema. The information to be considered in relation to this agenda item includes details of the lease agreements, the disclosure of which would prejudice the council's commercial position during the current negotiations. In addition, the disclosure of this information would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest. The public interest in public access to the meeting has been balanced against the public interest in the continued non-disclosure of the information. The benefit to the public at large resulting from withholding the information outweighs the benefit to disclosing the information. The council is satisfied that the principle that the meeting be conducted in a place open to the public has been outweighed in the circumstances, because the disclosure of council's commercial position may severely prejudice council's ability to be able to negotiate the lease agreements for the benefit of the council and the community in this matter in relation to other contract negotiations. Would someone please move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and seconded by, was that Schofield or sorry, Councillor Robertson? Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you.